We are back. I had to figure out how to connect this video to my other video where I was reading $100 million leads. This is the second sitting, and we're on page 107, cold outreach number 3. So let's get to it.
So I wanted to do one deep dive video into my writing process. The most powerful ability in the world to influence other people is the ability to tell stories. That's because you can both educate and entertain with stories. It literally changes people's brain waves when they're a list of names myself. Here's the process. Step 1, softwares. I subscribe to as many softwares as I can that scrape leads from different sources. I search them all based on my criteria. The software then spits out names, job titles, contact information, etc. I try out a representative sample, say a few hundred from each software I use. Then, if the contact information is up to date, the leads are responsive, and they are the type of person the software claims them to be, bingo. Then I get as many leads as the software will give me. But if I can't seem to find the right audience, I move on to step 2. Step 2, brokers. I go to multiple list brokers and ask them to make me a list based on my audience criteria. They then send me a sample. I test out sample lists from each broker. If I get good results from one or more brokers, I stick with their lists. If they still can't find who I'm looking for, I move on to step 3. Step 3, elbow grease. I join groups and communities that I think have my audience. When I find people that meet my qualifications, I check to see if they have ways to contact them in the group's directory, like links to their social media profiles, etc. If they do, I add them to my list. If they don't, I can reach out to them within the platform hosting the group. I prefer to find contact information outside the group so I don't come off as solely trying to milk the group for business, but I will if I have to. So, I work my way up from the most accessible leads to the least accessible leads. Here's an important point. If you can search the database, so can everyone else. But if you assemble a list of names yourself, it's less likely that person has already received many cold reach outs from other companies, so they're the freshest. Downside, it takes the most time. Of course, you can pay someone else to do this for you once you figure it out yourself, but we're only talking about getting started in this chapter. We'll talk about scaling in section 4. Action step. Find your scraping tool by searching outbound lead scraping tool or database lead scraping. Find brokers the same way. With a few clicks, you'll find what you're looking for. Put your first 1,000 names together. If you have more time than money, you might want to start at step 3 since it only costs time. Pro tip. Interest groups are the warmest cold audiences you can get. Interest groups contain the highest quality leads because they are concentrated pools of people looking for a solution. Give them one. Nowadays, there's software that can scrape information from these groups. Use it. They're one of my favorite places to fish. Problem number 2. I have my list, but what do I say to them? Personalize, then give big, fast value. Now that you have your list of leads, you got to figure out what to say. I went over a lot of scripting in the warm reach out section. This section builds on that one. At the end of this chapter, I also include 3 scripts you can model for cold calls, cold emails, and cold chat messaging. That being said, there are 2 important factors I emphasize to get strangers to engage: personalization and big fast value. This is important because they don't know us and they don't trust us. We got to overcome both issues in a matter of seconds. A. They don't know us. Personalize it. Act like you know them. To get more leads to engage, we want the message to look like it's from someone they know. The best way to do that is to actually know something about the person you're contacting. In essence, we want our cold reach out to look like a warm reach out. Imagine your phone rings from an unknown number and area code. Are you likely to pick it up? Probably not. What about if the number is from your area code? A little more likely. Why is that? Because it might be someone you know. So to take this concept further, imagine you pick up the phone. The person says, your name, then pausing, like a normal person, you'd say, yeah, who's this? Now, if that person went on and said, it's Alex, then pauses. I watched a few of your videos and read that recent blog post you wrote on dog training. It was killer. Really helped me out with my Doberman. She's a beast. That peanut butter trick really helped. Thanks for that. You'd still be wondering what's going on, but you know you wouldn't be doing? Hanging up. Then you hear, oh yeah, sorry, I got ahead of myself. I work for a company that helps dog trainers flip their books. We like to partner with the best in the area, so I'm always on the lookout. We work with someone about a half hour north of you. Johnny's Dog Care, you heard of them? You'd respond yes or no, it doesn't really matter. And then they'd say, yeah, we ended up getting 100 appointments in 30 days using a combination of text and some ads. Do you offer similar services to them? Which you'd probably say yes. And then they'd say, oh, that's perfect. Then we'd be able to use the same campaign in your market and drive the leads over to you. If you got a boatload of high-paying new dog training customers, you wouldn't be upset with me, would you? Ha ha ha. You'd laugh lightly. Okay, great. Well, tell you what. I can walk you through the entire thing soup to nuts later today. Will you be around at 4? And you'd say, sure. Or whatever. The point is, if that person had started the call with, hey man, want to buy some marketing services? You probably would have hung up. Personalization is what gets your foot in the door to get the sale. Basically, 1 to 3 pieces of information we can find that a friend might know about the prospect. Then we want to compliment them on it. And ideally, show them how it benefited us. People like people who like them. Even if someone doesn't know you, they'll give you more time if you know something about them. This comes in handy for personal subject lines on emails, the first few messages in chat, or the first few sentences someone hears. Even if someone doesn't know you, they'll appreciate the time you took to research them before contacting them. This tiny effort goes a long way. Action step: do a little research on each lead before you send a message. We can do this ourselves, pay people to do it, or use software. Batch this work. Then use your notes to figure out the first thing you'll open with to feel more familiar. Pro tip: 50% email response bump. I took our cold outreach template and rewrote it below a 3rd grade reading level. The results: 50% more leads responded. I recommend running all scripts and messages through a free reading level app online. I won't recommend one because they go out of business all the time, but I promise you can find one. Make your messages easier to understand and more people will respond. B, they don't trust us. Big fast value. The key difference between people who know you and strangers is strangers give you far less time to prove your worth, and they need a lot more incentive to move towards you. So make your life easier by giving away the farm. We're not trying to tickle their interest. We're trying to blow their minds in under 30 seconds. Like warm reach outs, you can directly make your offer or offer a lead magnet or both. It gives the person a strong reason to respond. I specifically call out big fast value rather than your lead magnet as a reminder that it needs to be big fast value. If it's not, or it's mediocre, you'll blend in with the ocean of people trying to get their attention and they'll treat you the same. They'll ignore you. So here's how much it matters. The first 4 months of our cold outreach felt like torture. We offered a game planning session as our lead magnet. Some gyms took us up on it, but most didn't. We needed something better. I tested many parts of our process, but swapping the lead magnet blew everything else out of the water. We swapped from game planning, code for sales call, to actually giving them as much free service as we possibly could. Our take rates 3x'd and cold outreach became a monster channel for us. If your offer/lead magnet isn't working for you, up the ante. Keep offering more and more until you make it so good they feel stupid saying no. They either buy from you or they have nice things to say about you. Win-win. If you forget everything about this chapter, remember one thing. The goal is to demonstrate big value as fast as possible. Give yourself a downhill battle by giving away something crazy. Give away something for free people would normally pay for, and they will want it. Note, I didn't say so good they should pay for it. I said stuff they actually pay for. Big difference. Take this to heart and your results will show it. Action step. Provide the biggest, fastest value you can afford to with your lead magnet or offer. Then write your scripts. And don't worry, I got your back there.
To give you a head start, I provide sample phone, email, and direct message scripts at the end of the chapter. Note, phone and chat scripts are never more than a page or two, and cold emails rarely
more than half a page.
Dang, he reads
So
fast.
don't overthink it.
There are no rewards for prettiest script. Get your first 100 conversations or 10,000 emails.
Before tweaking it. Get testing. Then tweak as you learn. Problem number 3.
I'm not getting enough chances to tell people about my amazing stuff. What do I do? Volume. Once we have our list of names, personal info, and our big sexy lead magnet, we need to get more strangers to see it. We do this in 3 ways. First, we automate delivery to the greatest extent possible. Next, we automate distribution to the greatest extent possible.
Finally, we follow up more times in more ways. A. Automated delivery. To the extent we can, automating delivery unlocks huge scale as someone doesn't need to literally communicate the message to the prospect. This means you get more engaged leads per unit of time, even if you are engaged by overall percentage. Remember, you have far more people who don't know you than people who do, so you don't have to worry as much about burning through an audience. Here's what the difference between manual and automated delivery looks like. Manual examples.
A live person could say a script to someone over the phone. You can send a personal voice memo to each lead. A person can write a handwritten letter to every person on the list. If it takes a person time to convey the message each time, then it's manual.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying the book right now. If you don't know this, the mission of acquisition.com is to make real business education accessible to everyone. And the only way we can reach everyone is if you choose to share this. And so if you've been enjoying this, you've been getting value from this chapter and any of the rest of the podcast episodes, if you could just take a second and ship this to a friend, just click the one button and send it to somebody or share it on your stories, it would mean the world to me, and it would ultimately send this message to more people. So if you could do that now, it would mean a lot. Automated examples. We can send a pre-recorded voice memo to someone's direct messages. We can send a pre-recorded voicemail to someone's voicemail box. We can send a templated email to an inbox or a templated text to someone's phone. We can send a pre-recorded video, etc. You record your message one time, then send the same message to everyone. Pro tip: use technology that gets you more engaged leads for your time. Every day, artificial intelligence, deepfakes, and other technology advance. They become more indistinguishable from human communication. This means we will be able to automate elements of what we currently are forced to spend time on. Embrace technology as it comes out to reap the rewards. Ultimately, technology serves a single purpose: to get us more output per unit of time. Use it. Automate distribution. Once we have our messages prepared, we got to distribute them. And there's no reward for who works the hardest, only for who gets the best results. Although one leads to the other. And as you build your skills, you will find ways to automate portions of the work. I encourage you to automate when ethical and available. Manual examples: dial each phone number, click send on each email, direct message, text, etc. Automated examples: use a robot to dial multiple numbers at once, send a blast of 1,000 emails, text, voicemails, all at one time, etc. Generally speaking, you sacrifice personalization for scale. You get a higher response rate with personalized message. The fewer leads you have, the less automation you should consider using. For example, if there are only 1,000 hedge fund managers who meet your criteria, you're going to want to personalize every one of them. On the other hand, if you're targeting women 25 to 45 trying to lose weight and there are tens of millions of them, you can get away with less personalization. But if you personalize, you'll get even more. Wink. Pro tip: personalization tech. The perfect combination for max leads is max personalization with max volume. And with tech, you don't always have to sacrifice personalization for scale. Every day, data becomes more accessible to find personal data. If you can set up tech to accomplish both personalization and volume, you create a deadly effective lead getting combo. Action step: embrace new technology. Allocate 10 to 20% of your effort towards brand new untested technology. For example, if you make phone calls 5 days a week, try out a new dialer or tech one of the days and see how it does compared to your standard dialer. C. Follow up more times, more ways. There are 2 more ways you can get more from your list of names. First, you try to contact them more than once. Shocker. But want to know something crazy? Most people don't. Here's a different way to think about it. Imagine you really needed to get a hold of your parents because something important came up. What would you do? You'd probably call them, text them, leave a voicemail, etc. And if they still hadn't responded, what would you then do? You'd call and text them again, probably shortly thereafter. It's the same way with prospects. They are in danger of living life without your solution. Be a hero. Save them. The more ways you try to contact someone, the more likely you are to contact them. People respond to different methods. For example, I never respond to phone calls, but I reply to direct messages far more. Contacting someone multiple times, multiple ways, shows them you are serious, and doing so quickly communicates you have something important to discuss. Curiosity increases because they fear they're missing out. Personally, I like to email first. You know why? Because most people don't respond. If someone doesn't respond to one of your outreach methods, use that as a reason to follow up with another method. Hey, I'm calling you to follow up about my email. We either get a response or a real reason to reach out again. Either way, we win. And once you do get them booked for an appointment, expect more than one conversation. Remember, we're contacting complete strangers. Outreach takes more touch points with people who don't know you. So expect 2 or 3 conversations before a higher ticket sale. Shoot for less, but expect more when you're starting out. Bottom line, act like you're actually trying to get a hold of these people rather than going through the motions, and you probably will. Action step: contact each lead multiple times in multiple ways. Pro tip: don't be a nincompoop. If someone asks you not to contact them, don't contact them again. Not because there isn't a chance it could work, but because for the same effort, you could reach out to someone who isn't already negatively inclined. It's just more efficient to turn neutral to yes than no to yes. On top of that, you don't want a bad reputation. That kind of stuff follows you. Try hard because you have a genuine desire to solve their problems, but be respectful. Second, once you finish contacting your list, start back at the top again. This actually works for 3 reasons. 1, because they simply may not have seen your first series of messages. Only a fool would think 100% of people see what you put out 100% of the time. So we make up for that discrepancy with follow-up. 2, Even if they do see it, it may not have been a good moment to respond. People's schedules change every day, and there are times when people can't respond to you even if they wanted to. So the more opportunities you give them to respond, the greater the chance they will. 3. Their circumstances may have changed. They may not have needed you then, but need you desperately now. Imagine a person you message about losing weight before the holidays. At that time, they fit into their skinny jeans, so they feel no pain. They probably wouldn't respond. But after they gain 10 pounds over the holidays, they may all of a sudden be in desperate need of what you offer. And now they respond to your reach out attempt. The only thing that changed was their circumstance. So try again in 3 to 6 months and get an entirely new group of engaged leads from the same list. Everything may be right except the timing. So the more times you contact them, the more likely we will catch them at the time they're ready to engage. Action step. After you've attempted to contact them multiple times, multiple ways, wait 3 to 6 months, then do it again. Pro tip. If you are new to an outreach team, shadow the best guy on the team. Then double their inputs. If they make 200 calls, make 400. If that means you work more, duh, you will suck before you are good. You can make up for your lack of skill with volume. Volume negates luck. And when you do twice as many, you'll get good in half the time. Once you beat their numbers, then you can get cute and try new things. Replicate before you iterate. 3 problems strangers create. Solved.
I wrote the book in the order to build on itself. Start with warm reach outs, get some reps, post some content to grow your warm audience.
Get even more reps. Then you'll be ready for cold reach outs. And now, we solve the 3 core problems cold audiences create. Finding the right list of people, getting them to pay attention to you, and getting them to engage. Victory. Author note.
For
with
people
low-ticket products, I had trouble making cold outreach profitable when selling for my direct-to-consumer business.
Cold outreach teams are expensive, and my average ticket wasn't high enough. But I learned I could make a low-ticket product a high-ticket product if I sold a lot at once. So I switched from using cold outreach to get customers to using cold outreach to get affiliates who got customers for me.
There were
There
2
were
ways
ways
that
it
worked.
worked. Either I'd sell the affiliates lots of products in bulk up,
front, then they'd sell my products to their customers, or I'd use cold outreach to recruit them, then get them to sell my products to their customers and receive a commission after the sale. One affiliate sale can be worth thousands of customers. Both ways transform my, quote, low-ticket sale into a, quote, high-ticket sale by selling many at once. So the numbers pencil out. If you're having trouble using cold outreach for your direct-to-consumer business, consider going after affiliates instead. More on this in the affiliates chapter later. Benchmarks. How well am I doing? The 2 times I failed at cold outreach, I hired people who'd never tracked metrics well. The 3rd person did, and cold reach out succeeded. The person who runs it, maybe you, has to know the metrics of the sales process like the back of their hand, every single stat. Let's break down the numbers with a couple of platform examples. I cannot give an example for every platform because it would take too long. My hope is that you can generalize the concept to whatever platform you use. Phone example. Let's say I make 100 cold calls per day, and let's say I get a 20% pickup rate. From there, I'm able to get 25% of people to want to take my lead magnet. That means I got 4 engaged leads. If it took me 4 hours to make those calls, it means I got 1 engaged lead per hour. I can do this at first. Once the amount of engaged leads that convert to customers makes me more than it costs to pay a cold outreach rep, I teach someone else to do it for me. More on this in section 4. So you know you do well when you make at least 3 times the lifetime profit of a customer compared to what it costs you to get them. Email example. Engaged leads, which is 30% times 10% equals 3%. The numbers will vary, but shoot for 3% of your list turning into engaged leads. Here's a sample from a new campaign for a very niche high-ticket service business in our portfolio. It shows a 4% lead to engagement rate. And, presumably, a third of them converted to sales. That would net us 1 new customer per 100 reach out attempts. Direct message example. Let's say I make a personal video or record a personal voice memo for 100 people. I say their name and add 1 personal line before delivering my standard message. From there, 20% of people reply. Now we have 20 engaged leads. From there, we use the same ACA format from the warm outreach section to qualify them for a call and so forth. So like the phone example, you know you do well when the cost of doing cold outreach is less than 3 times what you make in profit from a customer. Note, you can do way better than 3 times. That's the bare minimum. For context, the portfolio company above gets over 30-to-1 returns from its outreach efforts. Costs. This method is labor intensive. Nearly all costs are in the form of labor. In order to calculate our return on advertising, we add up all labor and software costs associated with steps 1 through 3 in the section before last. Let's imagine we have a team doing cold calls. We pay them $15 per hour and $50 per shown appointment or shows. We have $3,600 in profit per sale. Lead costs us 10 cents. They call 200 leads per day. We would likely get about 2 shows per day from one rep. If they worked 8 hours per day, we would pay $120 in labor and $100 in show commissions per rep and $20 for the leads. This means we would pay $240 for 2 shows or $120 per show. If we closed 33% of shows, our cost to get a client, excluding commissions, would be $360. Since we get $3,600 in profit per new client, we would make a 10-to-1 return. That's how cold outreach works. Then you just add bodies. It is boring and tedious, but brutally effective. Pro tip: give each rep an explicit number of leads to work each week. They should care for these leads like they are their children. If you give a rep too many, they will waste them. If someone can work 100 leads at full capacity, I'll give them 70-ish. That way, they have time and energy to squeeze everything they can out of the leads they've got. And since all reps get the same amount of leads every week, you can give them absolute quotas for deals. Example, I give you 70 leads, you give me back 7 appointments, I pay you, no leads left behind. This sounds hard. Why bother? Most people dramatically underestimate the amount of volume it takes to use cold outreach. They also underestimate how long it takes. But there are 7 enormous benefits to using cold outreach. Number 1, you don't need to create lots of content or ads. You focus only on one perfectly crafted message you convey to all your prospects. Your only goal is to make that one message better every day. There is no, quote, ad fatigue or, quote, banner blindness, since your prospects have never seen anything from you. So you don't need to be a marketing genius to make this work. 2, your competition won't know what you're doing. Everything is private. By that fact alone, you can continue to operate in secrecy. You're not educating your competitors about how you acquire customers. They don't know what you're doing or even that you exist. 3, it's incredibly reliable. All you have to do to get more is do more. A certain amount of input creates a certain number of responses. It becomes like clockwork, bringing a reliable flow of new engaged leads into your world. You can reverse engineer the amount of sales you want to make to the number of inputs at the top of your lead pathway. Eventually, you'll have an equation. For every X people contacted, you get Y customers. Then you simply solve for X. For example, let's say for every 100 emails, I get 1 customer. If I want 100 customers, I need to send 10,000 emails. That's 333 per day. One person can send 111 emails per day. Therefore, I need 3 people sending emails every day to get 100 customers per month. 4, fewer platform changes. Private communication is rarely subject to platform changes, whereas public platforms change rules and algorithms every day. You got to stay on top of rule changes to remain effective. In contrast, rules for cold calling, door knocking, and cold email have hardly changed in 30 years. 5, compliance is less painful. Many platforms have stringent rules around claims you can make about the stuff you sell. Some also ban certain industries altogether: tobacco, firearms, cannabis, weight loss, etc. With cold outreach, you don't need to deal with any of this. You still need to be FTC compliant, but you don't also need to worry about platform rules on top of that. This makes life easier. If you have a phone, you can make money. If you have an email account, you can get leads. This makes you very hard to sell. 6, no spokesperson equals sellable business. If an investor can buy it from you without worrying your business will stop getting customers if you leave, your business is far more valuable. Having an established outreach team is how we were able to sell Gym Launch. The business could grow without me dancing in front of the camera or relying on me being super ridiculously good looking. I don't think they would have wanted to buy us without it, or at least not for as much. 7, hard to copy. Even if someone wants to copy your entire cold outreach system, they'll often need to learn how to do each step, and many steps are invisible. They don't know how you scrape your list. They don't know how you personalize your messages. They don't know what software is used to distribute the messages, etc. On top of that, they still need to learn how to hire, train, and operate a team of people who can do each step. Once you have a head start, it compounds with time. It becomes very hard to catch you. Author note: belief-breaking volume. Scaling to 60,000 emails per month. To break your beliefs around what's possible, here's an example. To break past $1 million per month, we automated the entire process of scraping, crafting, and sending emails for one of our portfolio companies. One virtual assistant sends 2,000 emails per day using multiple pieces of software. This generates the business 40 engaged leads per day. Note, the response rate dropped because we took out so much personalization. From there, they're able to get 10% of engaged leads sold, meaning they get 4 new customers per day.
This got them past that 100 customers per month barrier. Fun facts. They started with us at $250,000 per month, our minimum size requirement for investment at the time. The business makes $20,000 per customer. With 4 new customers per day, do the math at how big they are now. Your turn. If you recall our advertising checklist, this kicks off your journey to get more engaged leads with cold outreach. You start this as you run out of people to advertise to, or because you just want more. Here's a sample. Cold reach outs daily checklist. Who? Yourself. What? Hook plus lead magnet / core offer. Where? Any private communication platform. To whom? A list, scraped, bought, or using software. When? Every day, 7 days a week. Why? To get leads, to engage, to sell stuff. How? Live calls, voicemail drops, email blasts, text blasts, direct message texts, video messages, voice messages, direct mail pieces, handwritten cards, etc. How much? 100 per day. How many? Day 1, twice. Day 2, twice. Day 7, once. How long? As long as it takes. Pro tip, count in hundreds. This is a volume game. You will need to do a lot of volume efficiently to get the results you want. Don't set a daily goal below 100, and don't stop for 100 days minimum. If you do 100 reach outs for 100 days straight, I promise you will start getting new engaged leads. Next up, now that you have set your commitment for this cold outreach method, we move on to the last thing a single person can do to advertise: run paid ads. Free gift, cold outreach script samples. I had to cut scripts to make this book a manageable length. If you want to model your scripts off of them, go to acquisition.com/training/leads. And if you need another reason besides it'll make you money, it won't cost you any. It's free. Enjoy.
Hey, if that's going to make you money, what you just heard, go leave a review. That's how more people find out about this stuff. Please don't hoard this to yourself. There's another entrepreneur who has a family and kids who needed this stuff as much as I needed it during the pandemic when I was trying to save my business. Please share it. Thank you. And yes, the next episode, run paid ads. You'll enjoy it. I've run a lot of ads. We're pretty good at it, and I'll share how I do it.
This has been $100 Million Leads, written by Alex Ramosi, read by Alex Ramosi. Copyright 2023, acquisition.com, audio production, copyright 2023, acquisition.com media.
Welcome to the Game Podcast. This is a special edition $100 Million Leads audiobook version. The chapter Run. Paid ads part 1 and run paid ads part 2. This is about making ads, which is part 1, and monetizing ads efficiently, which is part 2. I've run a lot of ads in my day. I would say it's the primary channel that I've made the most money from in my life. It's what I feel is I'm most native to, despite the fact that most of my personal branding reputation has come from organic content. This is the thing that's made me the most money. And to this day, is probably the thing that makes most of my portfolio companies money. And so I outline the breakdown of how to structure ads, how I write copy, how I do call outs, how I get attention, how I contrast the message with the background of the ads, all the little nuances that it just takes hundreds of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars of mistakes to learn. And this way you can get the lesson without the scar. Hope you enjoy.
Run paid ads part 1, making an ad. How to publicly advertise to strangers. Advertising is the only casino where, with enough skill, you become the house. July 2013. Let's try some Facebook ads for the gym, I spouted. Sam's eyebrow went up. They don't work. I already tried. Now this was the brief time between quitting my quote real job and starting my first gym. I wanted some experience, so I cold emailed more than 40 gym owners for a chance to shadow them. Sam was the only one who responded to my pleas for mentorship. He let me work at his gym with him for minimum wage. I'm forever grateful for that opportunity. I promise, I really think they'll work, I said. Let me give it a shot with the stuff I learned from that workshop last weekend. I'll do everything. That workshop took most of my puny savings. Sam leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. I'll tell you what, I'll give you $1,000 to play with. If you lose it, then you have to shut up about this Facebook stuff. If you make more, I'll split the profit with you. Deal. I worked with a freelancer to get everything set up. We went back and forth until it was perfect. A few days later, I marched into Sam's office to show him what I'd made. It's ready, I said. He spun his laptop to face me. All right, Hermosi, show me what you got. I placed the ugliest ad you've ever seen. Picture this in all caps. I'm
looking for 5 Chino Hill residents to take place in a free 6-week challenge. You must
let us use your before and after pictures in our marketing in exchange for the program. Click the link to sign up. Link. Again, no images, no videos, no frills, just words, all caps. The ad went live. We got leads within hours. I called them all and booked appointments as fast as I could. I also texted them about an hour before to remind them of our appointment. And as soon as they walked in, I started yapping about our 6-week challenge. I had 0 sales skills. My conviction made up for my lack of skill. They bought. I sold 19 people at $299 each. We made just under $5,700 from the $1,000 investment. True to his word, Sam cut me a check and handed it over. He made it out for $2,500, more than my share. Sam, he cut me off. Nice work, Hormozy. Do it again. The 6-week challenge became the biggest promotion in the gym industry for 7 years. It drove at least $1.5 billion in revenue, more by now. I taught it to over 4,500 gyms, and I bet more than 10,000 gyms used variations of the promotion without licensing it. Maybe you saw ads for it in your local market, and yes, if you're curious, it got more sophisticated as time went on. How paid ads work. Paid ads are a way to advertise one-to-many to cold audiences, aka people who don't know you. Paid ads work by paying another person or business to put your offer in front of their audience. Think of it like renting eyeballs or earballs. And because you don't need to spend time building an audience, paid ads are the fastest way to get the most people to see your stuff. You trade money for reach, a considerable advantage when you know what you're doing. Ads are riskier, but when done right, they can get you more leads than any other method. With warm and cold outreach, we have to do more stuff to reach more people. To reach more people with free content, we depend on the platform or audience sharing it if they feel like it. Paid ads are different. The reach is guaranteed, but getting your money back isn't. So it's a game of efficiency rather than reach. Let me explain. In principle, if you paid enough money, you could get every person in the world to see your ad. And if every person in the world saw your ad, someone would buy, even if only by accident. Ha. So the question isn't do ads work, it's how well can you make them work. In other words, it's a push and pull between how much you spend and how much they buy. And like cold outreach, paid ads go to colder, lower trust audiences. So even with good offers, a smaller percentage of people will respond. And like cold outreach, paid ads get over this hurdle by putting your offer in front of more people. And if an ad isn't profitable, most of the time, it's because the right people never saw it. So to make an ad profitable, the right people have to see it. This keeps our ads efficient. This chapter reveals how I create more efficient paid ads by finding needles in the haystack. I start with the entire world as my audience, the haystack, then narrow down to get a higher percentage of engaged leads, the needle. First, I pick a platform that contains my ideal audience. Second, I use whatever targeting methods that exist within that platform to find them. Third, I craft my ad in a way that repels anyone else. Finally, I tell whoever's left standing to take the next step. People overcomplicate it, but that's it. That's all we're doing. Narrowing down who sees our ad so we have the highest chance of getting the right type of people to respond. Once we advertise profitably in a small puddle of an audience, we expand to a pond, then a lake, then an ocean. And as the audience gets bigger, it does have more of the wrong people, but it has more of the right ones too. So ads decrease in efficiency, but at that point, you can afford it. In other words, the ratio between what you spend and how much they buy goes down, but the total amount of money you make goes up. So instead of spending $1,000 to make $10,000 with $9,000 in profit, you spend $100,000 to make $300,000 with $200,000 in profit. Your ratio goes down, but you make more money. So the risk is higher because you spend more, but so is the reward. This means we want to make the audience as big as possible while still turning a profit. Paid ads give us 4 new problems to solve. Let's break them down together. Number 1, knowing where to advertise. Number 2, getting the right audience to see it. Number 3, making the best ad for them to see. Number 4, getting permission to contact them. Step 1, but where do I advertise? Find a platform where these 4 things are true. Platforms distribute content to an audience. If you're not familiar with any available platforms, I invite you to come join me on planet Earth. If you've ever consumed content, which you have, you've directly or indirectly used a platform and been a member of its audience. And wherever there's an audience, you can usually advertise. So if you want to become a great entrepreneur, you have to learn about them. Here's what I look for in a platform I want to advertise on. 1, I've used it and gotten value from it as a consumer, so I have some idea how it works. 2, I can target people on the platform interested in my stuff. 3, I know how to format ads specific to the platform, which I'll dive into in step 3. 4, I have the minimum amount of money to spend to place an ad. And yes, platforms change all the time, but these principles stay the same. Pro tip, place ads where competitors place ads to start. Platforms often have different ad types. For example, on LinkedIn, you can send message ads or you can run newsfeed ads. On Instagram, you can run ads to the newsfeed or stories. On YouTube, you can run ads on the sidebar, midstream, or pre-roll. So how do you know where to start? Look at the ad placement of other people in your space and start there. If they can make it work, so can you. Replicate before you iterate. Action step. Start with one platform that meets the 4 requirements, and start watching, listening, or reading ads on the platform as a first step to learning how to make one. Step 2. But how do I get the right people to see it? Target them. So if we start with the entire world, which we kind of do, we need to be a bit more specific. For example, if you choose a platform that has 100 million users, you've already cut out 99% of the world right off the bat. And if everyone who buys from you speaks English, you'd also want to exclude the audience within the platform who don't. If that's half the platform's users, you're already down to 99.5% of the world excluded. Specific is good. The right message to the wrong audience will fall on deaf ears. Doesn't matter how good your ads are. If you're marketing to people in Florida about a local business in Iowa, it's probably not going to work. You only have one goal when targeting. Get the highest number of people you think will buy your stuff to see your ad. We did our first round of targeting by selecting our platform. We do the second round within the platform itself. Modern advertising platforms have 2 ways to target. You can use them separately or combine them. Number 1, target a lookalike audience. Modern platforms can show your ad to an audience that is similar to and much bigger than a list you provide. Advertisers call this a lookalike audience. Modern platforms will make a lookalike audience for you so long as you upload their minimum list size. The bigger the list and the higher quality of the contacts, the more responsive the lookalike audience will be. Start with your list of current and previous customers. If your customer list is big enough to meet the platform minimum, use it. If it's not big enough, add your warm reach out list to it. If it's still not big enough, add your cold reach outs to hit the minimum. This is exactly what I do. Forcing the list size to the right size sometimes make the lookalike audience too broad, and that's okay because you can. Number 2, target with factors of your choosing. Targeting options include age, income, gender, interests, time, location, etc. For example, if you know no one over 45 or below 25 has ever bought your thing, then exclude anyone outside that range. If you sell car parts, then show your ad during car shows and on car channels. If only people with pets buy your thing, then include pets as an interest. Basic filters on top of platform-generated lookalike audiences are a simple way to get more of the right people to see your ads. End result, more efficient ads. Pro tip, local targeting. Since local markets are tiny in comparison to national markets, you won't want to add many more filters. Be as specific as possible, but no further. The local market on its own is already 0.1% of a nation, so you're already pretty narrow. The more filters you use, the more specific the list. The more specific the list, the more efficient your ads, but the faster you'll, quote, burn through it. However, this specificity sets you up to get more wins early on. Wins from smaller specific audiences now give you the money to advertise to larger and broader audiences later. This is how you scale. Action steps. Bring all your lead lists together into one place. Separate them by past and previous customers, warm outreach, and cold outreach. Eventually, you'll have a list of people that engage with your paid ads by giving you contact information but didn't buy. That'll come in handy. Then, if the platform allows, use these lists in order of quality to create your lookalike audience. Then, if the platform also allows, add filters on top of your lookalike audience to target an even higher percentage of people to engage with your ad. If you are incapable of making a lookalike audience, then simply start by targeting interests. Step 3. But what should my ad say? Call out plus value plus call to action. To this day, I don't change the channel when I see an ad. I rarely mute or skip ads. In fact, I have no premium subscriptions that remove ads on any media platform either. Main reason, I want to consume the ads. I want to see how businesses do three things. One, how they call out their ideal customers. Two, how they present the value elements. Three, how they give their audience a call to action. When I look at ads this way, it turns what was once an everyday nuisance, ads, into a continuous learning experience. Consuming ads on purpose, with the core elements in mind, make me a better advertiser, and it'll make you a better one too. Let's use the three chunks to make an ad. Number one, call outs. I need to get them to notice my ad. Two, value. I need to get them interested in what I have to offer. Three, calls to action. I need to tell them what to do next. Number one, call out. People noticing your ad is the most important part of the ad, by a lot. The purpose of each second of the ad is to sell the next second of the ad, and the headline is the first sale. As David Ogilvy says, after you've written your headline, you spent 80 cents of your advertising dollar. Focus your effort front to back. As crazy as this sounds, and all the pros are nodding their heads right now, my advertising became 20 times more efficient when I focused the majority of my effort on the first 5 seconds. We need the audience's eyes and ears just long enough for them to realize, this is for me, I'll keep paying attention. This first impression is the part of the ad I test the most. Imagine you're at a cocktail party in a big ballroom. Lots of people talking in groups, loud music playing in the background. In all that noise, a single sound pierces through it all and you turn around. Want to know the sound? Your name. You hear it, and instantly look for the source. Scientists call it the cocktail party effect. In simple terms, even when there's lots of stuff going on, a single thing can still catch and hold our attention. So our goal with callouts is to harness the cocktail party effect and cut through all the noise. After all, if they never notice your ad, nothing else matters. A callout is whatever you have to do to get the attention of your audience. Callouts go from hyper-specific, to get one person's attention, to not at all specific, to get everyone's attention. Let me explain. If someone drops a tray of dishes, everyone looks. If a child yells mom, then moms look. If someone says your name, only you look. But again, they all get attention. And I try to make my callouts specific enough to get the right people and broad enough to get as many of them as I can. So pay close attention to how advertisers use callouts, especially the ones targeting your audience. Here's what I look for with verbal callouts: using words to get attention. 1. Labels. A word or set of words putting people into a group. These include features, traits, titles, places, and other descriptors. Example: Clark County moms, gym owners, remote workers, I'm looking for XYZ, etc. To be most effective, your ideal customers need to identify with this label. A. People automatically identify with their local area. So with local ads, the more local, the better. A local ad with local area plus type of person call out is still one of my favorite all-time ways to get someone's attention. It worked 200 years ago, it works today, and it'll work tomorrow. So think Americans is not as specific as Texans, is not as specific as Dallas residents, is not as specific as Irving residents. If you live in Irving, you'll immediately think this ad could affect you, so it catches your attention. 2. Yes questions. Questions where if people answer, yes, that's me, they qualify themselves for the offer. Example: do you wake up to pee more than once a night? Do you have trouble tying your shoes? Do you have a home worth over $400,000? 3. If-then statements. If they meet your conditions, then you help them make a decision. If you run over $100,000 a month in ads, we can save you 20% or more. If you were born between 1978 and 1986 in Muskogee, Oklahoma, you may qualify for a class action lawsuit. If you want XYZ, then pay attention. 4. Ridiculous results. Bizarre, rare, or out of the ordinary stuff someone would want. Massage studio books out 2 years in advance. Client's furious. This woman lost 50 pounds eating pizza and fired her trainer. The government is handing out $1,000 checks to anyone who can answer these 3 questions, etc. Callouts don't have to be just words. They can also be noises or visuals in the environment. Let's go back to the cocktail party. Sure, a drop tray of dishes would get everyone's attention, but so would the cling, cling, cling of a knife against a champagne flute. They both get everyone's attention for different reasons. One signals an embarrassing disaster, and the other signals important news. But in either case, everyone still wants to know what happens next. So if the platform allows, good advertisers use verbal and nonverbal callouts together. Here's what I look for with nonverbal callouts, using the setting and spokesperson to get attention. 1. Contrast. Any stuff that sticks out in the first few seconds, the colors, the sounds, the movements, etc. Note what catches your attention. Example: a bright shirt always gets more attention than a black or dull shirt. Attractive people almost always get more attention than plain-looking people. Moving stuff always gets more attention than still stuff. 2. Likeness. Think visually showing labels, features, traits, titles, places, and other descriptors that people identify with. People want to work with people who look, talk, and act in ways familiar to them, and you may not look, talk, or act in ways familiar to them. So if you serve a broad customer base, use more ethnicities, ages, genders, personalities, etc. in your ads. If you serve a narrow customer base, example, medical devices for seniors, then use people who look like them. Quack like a duck. If you want to attract ducks, look like a duck, walk like a duck, and quack like a duck. If you want to attract plumbers, then dress like a plumber, talk like a plumber, and be in a plumbing environment. Even with the same message, your ad will do far better if you look the part or find people who do. If you see an ad for doctors, notice the spokesperson. What age are they? Gender, ethnicity. Are they wearing a lab coat, a stethoscope? Are they in a medical facility? All these things get a specific type of person interested in health-related products and services to pay more attention than they would otherwise. Mascots also work well because they don't age, never ask for more money, and never take days off. Think Mickey Mouse for Disney, the Geico Gecko, Tony the Tiger for Kellogg's, the Michelin Man, etc. A mascot is a great way to create an enduring spokesperson for your business. Advanced. Whichever likeness you choose, if it's not you, the business becomes less dependent on you and therefore more sellable. You may also just be an ugly son of a gun. Plus, pretty people convert better anyways. Good news is, it doesn't cost much to get a pretty person to say stuff to a camera. 3. The scene. Think showing the yes questions and if-then statements. Example, an ad with A, a person tossing and turning in a bed calls out to people with sleep troubles. B, a pear next to an hourglass can call out to people with a pear-shaped body. C, a room full of stuff stacked to the ceiling calls out to people with too much junk. D, a rock hitting a window calls out to people with broken windows. E, a local landmark. Locals think, hey, I know that place, and pay attention. Now, this isn't an exhaustive list. Far from it. I show you these to pull back the curtain. This way, you can see the infinite ways advertisers cut through the noise, so you can too. Pro tip, infinite ads. Here's one of the highest ROI tips I can give you about making ads. Record 10 or so new ads every week, but 30 or more first sentences or questions to begin the ad. Think 5-second clips. These are the callouts people consume before deciding to watch more. With 30 callouts and 10 main ads, you can make 300 variations in a matter of hours. Once you know the best callout, you apply it to all the ads. Action step. I'm always impressed with the clever and innovative ways advertisers call out their prospects. So instead of muting or hitting skip ad, look for the callouts. Become a student of the game. My goal is that for the rest of your life, when you see an ad, you turn up the volume. Now, once they've noticed our ad, it takes us to the second chunk of the ad. We need to get them interested. 2, get them interested. If people think an offer or lead magnet has big benefits and tiny costs, they value it. They'll exchange money or contact information to get it. But if the cost outweighs the benefits, they don't value it and they won't. So the best ads make the benefits look as big as possible and the costs look as small as possible. This makes an offer or lead magnet as valuable as it can be and gets the most engaged leads because of it. A good advertisement, paid or not, uses clear and simple ways to answer the question, why should I be interested in your thing? It tells people why they should want your lead magnet or offer. Now, there are a million ways to do this, but I'll share with you my what, who, when framework. This mental framework hinges on knowing the value equation forwards and backwards. So all you have to do is know 8 things about your own product or service, how it fulfills each value element for your prospect, and how it helps them avoid their hidden costs. Remember those? Think of them like carrots versus sticks, how your offer delivers more good stuff and less bad stuff. Then think of the perspectives of the people who would experience them, the who. And then finally, what time period, when they'd have these experiences, positive or negative. The what, who, when framework. In the words of David Ogilvy, the customer isn't a moron, she's your wife. So you know what that means? Write to her. Ads cause the prospect to think questions to themselves, and a good ad answers the questions at the precise time they think them. So if you can answer what they're thinking with your ad using the words they'd use, you've won. So let's start with the what. 8 key elements. Number 1, dream outcome. A good ad will show and tell the maximum benefit the prospect can achieve using the thing you sell. It should align with the ideal prospect's dream outcome for that sort of product or service. These are the results they experience after buying the thing. The opposite of that is a nightmare. A good ad will also show them the worst possible hassles, pain, etc. of going without your solution. In short, the bad stuff they'll experience if they don't buy. 2, Perceived likelihood of achievement. Because of past failures, we assume that even when we buy, there's a risk that we don't get what we want. Lower perceived risk by minimizing or explaining away past failures, emphasizing the success of people like them, giving assurances by authority, guarantees, and how what you have to offer will at least give them a better chance of success than what they currently do. The opposite, risk. A good ad will also show them how risky it is not to act. What will their life be like if they carried on as they always have? Show how they will repeat their past failures and how their problems will become bigger and worse. 3. Time delay. A good ad will show them how slow their current trajectory is, or that they'll never get what they want at their current rate. The opposite of that is speed. To get things we want, we know we have to spend time getting them. A good ad will show and tell how much faster they will get the thing they want. 4. Effort and sacrifice. A good ad will also show them the amount of work and skill they'll need to get the result without your solution, and how they'll be forced to keep giving things up they love and continue suffering from things they hate. Or worse, that they work hard and sacrifice a ton right now and have gotten nowhere. In other words, they waste more time and money doing what they currently do than if they just bought our darn solution. The opposite of that is ease. To get things we want, we have to change something, but then we assume that we have to do stuff we hate and give up stuff we love. And ease comes from a lack of needed work or skill. A good ad disproves that assumption. It tells and shows how you can avoid the stuff you hate doing, do more of the stuff you love doing, without working hard or having lots of skill, and still get the dream outcome. Those are the 8 key elements. Now that we fully understand the what, how we deliver the 4 value elements, and how we avoid their 4 opposites, we now go to the next W, the who. Who. Humans are primarily status driven, and the status of one human comes from how other humans treat them. So if your product or service changes how other people treat your customer, which it does in some way, it pays to show how. And talking about the value elements from someone else's perspective shows all the ways that will improve the status of your customer. So we want to outline 2 groups of people. The first group is the people gaining status, your customers. The second group is the people giving it to them. Spouses, kids, parents, extended family, colleagues, bosses, friends, rivals, competitors, etc. All of these perspectives give us different opportunities to show how the prospect status may improve. And they give us a ton of bonus benefits. As in, if you lose weight, do your kids have a new role model? Does your spouse now decide to get healthy too? Are you more likely to get promoted at work? Science says yes. Does your frenemy no longer make those little jabs at dinner? Let's do business examples. If I said something was risk-free, I want to spell out how their spouse won't nag them about the purchase since there's no risk. I talk about how their kids would notice they weren't as stressed or distracted anymore about work, how their competitors notice their phones don't ring as much because all their customers are flowing to your new customer, how their business owner buddies say business must be good when they pull up in a new car at the golf range. You get the idea. These are all the added benefits to the prospect we'd miss out on if we only looked at it from their own perspective. And we can apply each new who perspective to each value driver. This is how you get so many different stories, examples, and angles, etc. to describe the benefits. More carrot and less stick. That leads to the third lens of the what, who, when framework, the when. When. People often only think of how their decisions affect the here and now. But if we want to be extra compelling, and we do, we should also explain what their decisions led to in the past and what their decisions could lead to in the future. We do this by getting them to visualize through their own timeline, past, present, future. This way, we help them see the consequences of their decision or indecision right now. Let's use the weight loss example from earlier from their perspective. We show them getting teased as a kid, past, struggling to button their favorite pair of jeans, present, or moving up yet another belt loop, future. What does that nightmare look like to their spouse, to their rivals? How embarrassing. Remember, we can also run the same timeline through someone else's perspective. Their kid asking why other kids made fun of them because they passed on bad food habits, past. Or how their kids complain now that other kids' dads participate in practice when they don't, present. Or how their doctor said they might not be able to walk their daughter down the aisle at her wedding, future. Note, this is all the bad stuff they want to avoid. Our next copy elements would contrast those with the good stuff that could happen, present and future, if they buy our thing. We use both towards good stuff and away from bad stuff, then combine it with past, present, and future of the prospect's life to create powerful motivators in our copy. Putting the what, the who, and the when together, we answer the why they should be interested. If I continued on with the weight loss example, I might talk about how their spouse, who will perceive how fast, what, they fit into that suit your wife loves that didn't fit but does now, in the future, when. Or how their kids, the who, month after month, the when, got more interested in eating healthy and tagging along during workouts, the what. Or how they, the who, catch a look at themselves in a reflection in the mall a few months, the when, and realize, stuff actually fits me in the store, the what. Pro tip, make your ads as specific as you can, but no specific-er. The more specific your copy, the more efficient it can get, but also the longer it tends to get. And if it gets too long for the platform, it lowers efficiency. So make the ad in its entirety as specific as you can in the most efficient space you've got. If you've got audio and visuals at your disposal, then use contrast, likeness, and the scene itself to match your copy. It becomes more specific without getting any longer, and this makes your ad even more efficient and profitable. When we combine everything we can to get the prospects moving towards the 4 value drivers while also getting them away from their opposites, the many perspectives we can show them gaining status from, and the timelines for each, this adds up to why they should be interested. And now we have lots of ways to get them interested. And the more angles we cover, the more interested they'll become. Also, since you asked, the only difference between long ads and short ads is how many angles we have time to cover from the copywriting framework. Longer ads use more, shorter ads use fewer, so add or take away based on the platform, but keep the callouts, the first few seconds, and the CTAs, what to do next, the same. Pro tip, get unlimited inspiration. Many platforms have a database of ads past and present. As of this moment, if you search platform ad library in a search engine, in a few clicks, you will find them. If you see an ad that runs for a long time, a month or more, assume it's profitable. Then take notes on the callouts they use, how they illustrate the value elements, and their CTAs.
Didn't mean to do that. Let's go to the Facebook ads library. I think it's free too. AI agents.
Here's a list of stuff your car insurance company does but is
So the final driver update of the year just went live, and it's a big one. If you haven't had a DUI in the last 5 years, you can now check
AI receptionist.
Hey Siri, call my husband.
Before I can help with that, I need to know who's speaking. Open the Home app on your iPhone. Tap Home.
Not now, baby. Let's see if my AI assistant can handle this one. Good luck.
Hey, babe, where are you?
Hey there, thank you for calling Goodwood Building. How can I help you?
Babe, is that you?
Hi there, this is the receptionist for Goodwood Building, taking messages for Matt. How can I assist you today?
Oh my gosh, an AI receptionist? Are you kidding me? I'm his wife, and so I need to remind him. Can you make an appointment in his calendar that our kids have a dentist appointment today at 5 o'clock?
Thank you for letting me know. Reminder for the kids' dentist appointment at 5 o'clock today has been added to Matt's calendar. You'll get a confirmation text message with the details at this number.
Wow, that's amazing. I just got a text message. You are impressive. Thank you. What app are you?
I'm called Beside. I help manage calls, schedule appointments, and make things easier for businesses like Goodwood Building. If you have any other questions or need help, just let me know.
Wow, you're amazing. Thank you. Oh my god. An AI receptionist? Okay, that was actually really cool.
Not now, baby. Let's see if my AI assistant can handle this one. Good luck.
Hey babe, where are you?
Hey there, thank you for calling Goodwood Building. How can I help you?
Babe, is that you?
Hi there, this is the receptionist for Goodwood Building, taking messages from Matt. How can I assist you today?
Oh my gosh, an AI receptionist? Are you kidding me? I'm his wife, and so I need to remind him. Can you make an appointment in his calendar that our kids have a dentist appointment today at 5 o'clock?
Thank you for letting me know. Reminder for the kids' dentist appointment at 5 o'clock today has been added to Matt's calendar. You'll get a confirmation text message with the details at this number.
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow, there's an AI receptionist app.
Look for the words they use and how they demonstrate them. Break down 50 or so ads and you will have a massive head start to creating winners of your own. Action steps. Get as many advertising angles with your core offer as you can with the what, who, when framework. What? Know the 8 key things about your own product or service, how it fulfills each element of value, and how it helps avoid their opposites. Who? Show how the 8 key things about your product or service can change your prospect status. Then show how the people they know give status to the prospect when they buy your thing, or take status away if they don't. When? Get the prospects to see the consequences of buying and not buying through their past, present, and future, especially their change in status with the people they know. This way, we help them see the value of their decision or indecision at this very moment. Author note, you don't need to become a copywriting expert. I'm certainly not. I thought copy was the limiter for most, I'd have spent more time on it. Sure, world-class entrepreneurs have world-class copywriting skills, but world-class copywriters don't necessarily have entrepreneurial skills. Don't sacrifice one for the other. If you explain your offer clearly using the what, who, when framework, you'll have enough skill to remove copywriting as the limiter on your growth. And that's all you have to do. Get good enough to grow. After all, if you call out the right people and have an amazing offer, you barely need any copy to begin with. You just gotta explain your offer. Get good enough to make your ads profitable, then scale and see what breaks next. I also include a few more ad tips and tricks that have served me well in the lessons at the end of this chapter. But even if you never use them, there's only one more thing you'll need to turn these interested folks into engaged leads. 3. The CTA. Tell them what to do next. If your ad got them interested, then your audience will have huge motivation for tiny time. Take advantage. Tell them exactly what to do next. Spell it out. Click this button, call this number, reply with yes, go to this website, scan this QR code, wink. So many ads still don't do this. Your audience can only know what to do if you tell them. Make CTAs quick and easy. Easy phone numbers, obvious buttons, simple websites. For example, a common CTA is to direct the audience to a website. So make your website address short and memorable. Instead of alexsprivateequityfirm.com/free book and courses 2782, use acquisition.com/training. Note, this comes from a guy who spent $370,000 on a single word domain, acquisition.com. So I may overvalue easy domains. I don't think I do. I think everyone else just undervalues them. Just my 2 cents. Assume the audience has no idea who you are, what you do, how it works, they're in a rush, and they have a 3rd grade education. Beyond these basics, which most still forget, you can also use all the tactics like urgency, scarcity, and bonuses from step 7 from the Engage Your Leads chapter to make even stronger CTAs. They apply here and everywhere else you tell your audience to do something. So we can now pick a platform to advertise on, target who we show our ads to, make the ads they see, and tell them what to do next. All we have to do now is get their contact information. Step 4, get permission to contact them. After they take action, get their contact information. My favorite way to get contact information is a simple landing page. Don't overthink it. The simpler your landing page, the easier it is to test. Focus on the words and the image. Here are my 3 favorite templates. Pick one and start testing. I will describe the 3 layouts to you. Layout 1 is headline, subheadline, and then an opt-in thing where they can put their email in. Layout 2 is headline, subheadline, and then an image, and then opt-in where they can put their contact information. And then layout 3 is headline, subheadline, image, where they put their contact information, a submit button, and then a few bullets that give them more benefits that are below the fold, as in they would have to scroll in order to see it to further sell them. Those are the 3 layouts I use the most. And make your landing pages match your ads. People click an ad because you promised them some benefit. So carry that same look and language over to your landing page. Make sure what you promised in your ad is what you deliver. This sounds simple, but a lot of people forget and waste money until they remember it. You don't want to end up with some Frankenstein experience where everything looks different. You want a continuous experience from click to close. Get more people through more steps. In Robert Cialdini's seminal work, Influence, he shows that people like to think of themselves as consistent. So if you remind them of the action they just took, the CTA, and show them how taking the next action aligns with it, you'll get even more people to take the second action, aka contact info. For example, now that you just did A, you need to do B to get the most of A. Or, doing A makes you a doing A kind of person. Doing A kind of people do B. To be clear, we aren't selling anything. We're asking if they're interested in the stuff we sell. And if they're interested, they'll give us a way to tell them more about it. And when they do, they become engaged leads. Woo. Action step. Build your first landing page. I wasted 4 years feeling too scared to make a landing page. And when I finally tried, I finished before lunch. Nowadays, there are tons of drag and drop tools to build websites in minutes. And if you're still worried about it, freelancers will build a site probably using the same drag and drop tools on the cheap. So just get it done. Now you have engaged leads from paid ads. Hooray, we did it. Run paid ads part 1 conclusion. What has to happen for advertising to work? Well, we have to show our ad to the right people. So we pick the right platform and target people within that platform that have the highest percentage of our audience. Once we do that, we have to get them to notice our ad. Once they notice it, they have to consume it to get a reason to take action now rather than later. We do that using the value equation and demonstrate it in the past, present, and future from their perspective and the perspective of the people they know. And once they have a reason to take action, they have to have a way to give us permission to contact them. That action turns them into an engaged lead. And since those things gotta happen, they slowly but surely became the 3 core elements of every ad I create. Callouts for them to notice it, value elements to give them a reason to do something, calls to action to give them a way to do it. Now, only one question remains. How efficient are we? So let's talk about money stuff.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying the book chapter that you're listening to right now of $100 Million Leads. I took a long time putting it together for you. And so my only ask is that you just take a quick second and leave a review for the book on Amazon. It's the #1 way that people find books. And this is a way of getting more people into our world. And so our mission at acquisition.com is to make real business education accessible to everyone. And I need your help. And so if you could do that, just that one small action, and it has a trade for the 2 years that I took putting this book together for you, it would mean the world to me. So thank you.
Run paid ads part 2. Money stuff. I'm just trying to buy $1 and sell it for 2. Proposition Joe, The Wire. We focus on efficiency with paid ads throughout this chapter and the last one because efficiency matters more than creativity. All advertising works. The only thing that differs between advertisements is how well they work. Maybe people get crazy about making paid ads because they have words like copy and creative and media, then get hyper-focused on getting all that stuff perfect as if you can. You can tweak all day and night until the cows come home. The reality is that paid ads, any advertising really, is all about the return on your investment. And with paid ads, it gets clear as day because you put X dollars in for people to see the ad and Y dollars out if they buy your stuff. So if you want a $100 million leads machine, you need to get it good enough to scale. Why? Because good enough is good enough. Since efficiency matters most, we want to be as efficient as possible so we can scale as much as possible. That way, we get as many leads as our little hearts desire. That being said, there's enough nuance to scaling paid ads that it felt better to break it into its own chapter. This chapter answers 4 big questions about ads as I understand them. 1, how much do I spend? The 3 phases of scaling ads. 2, how do I know how well I'm doing? Cost and benchmarks. 3, if my ads aren't profitable, how do I fix them? Client finance acquisition. 4, what do I wish I had known before I ran my first paid ad? Lessons. But how much do I spend on paid ads? The 3 phases of scaling paid ads. There are 3 stages to spending money on ads as I see it. Phase 1, track money. Phase 2, lose money. Phase 3, print money. Let's break them down together. Phase 1, track money. Before spending $1 on ads, set everything up so you can accurately track your returns. If you don't track, you're going to get cleaned out. It would be like going to a casino and playing your favorite game for as long as you felt like rather than for as long as you could afford it. But once you have tracking, you can do more of the stuff that makes you money and less of the stuff that doesn't. It rigs the game in your favor. So get a consultant, watch the tutorials, and get it set up. End of story. Once you have the tracking, you can start losing money like a pro. Wink. Phase 2, lose money. Half joking. I prefer to call it investing in a money printing machine. After all, when running paid ads, you pay first, so your bank account has to go down before it comes up. I emphasize this because I'd rather prepare you. You're gonna lose money. In fact, I've lost money more times than I've made money running paid ads. But every time I make money with paid ads, I make back everything I lost and then a bunch more. So the number of times I lose is high, but the amount I lose is low because I know when to shut it down. And my number of wins is low because the amount I win is very high because I know when to hit the gas. So think of it like this. Imagine I spend $100 on 10 ads, $1,000 in total. 9 of them lose all $100. Then one of them makes back $500 for the $100 I spent. I'm still down $500. Many people stop here because they see a $500 loss, but not us. We see a winner. So now we buckle up and 100x down. We spend $10,000 on the winning ad and make $50,000 back. Note, I still lost 9 times, but the one time I won big. And this is important because you might lose 9 or 99 times in a row before you win big. But to win big, you have to see the winners and double, triple, quadruple, 10x down on them. This is why paid advertising is a lot like a casino. You'll often lose in the beginning to learn the game, but with enough skill, you eventually become the house. That being said, during this lose money phase, you can still be smart about it. Here's how I do it. I budget 2 times the cash I collect from a customer in 30 days, not LTGP, when testing new ads. I've wasted tons of money letting ads run too long before I realized they sucked. But on the flip side, I've lost even more money by giving up on ads before I gave them a chance. Eventually, I hit a sweet spot by budgeting 2 times the cash I collect from a new customer in the first 30 days to test an ad. For example, if I know I make $100 in profit from a customer in the first 30 days, I'll let an ad go up to $200 in spend before shutting it off, as long as I'm getting leads. If I'm not getting any leads from the ad at all, before I spend 1x in 30 days of cash, I shut it off, $100 in the example. It costs money to build an advertising machine. I worked with a business that took a year to get paid ads profitable. It was tough, but other businesses in their space ran profitable ads, which meant we could too. Once they were profitable, they made their year's worth of wasted money back the next month. It costs money to build an advertising machine, and that's normal. Just make sure you measure the returns over a long time horizon, not next week. Can you think of anything more valuable than a machine that prints money? It would be unreasonable for it to be cheap or easy. Once you start making more money than it costs you to make it, you're in phase 3. Phase 3, print money. If you're making back more than you spend, the answer is simple. Spend as much as you can. After all, if you had a magic machine that gave you $10 back for every $1 you put in, what would your budget be? Right, all the money. But realistically, you probably have some other constraint on your business that prevents you from unlimited customers coming in. So here's how I scale my budget. Instead of asking, how much money should I spend on an ad? I ask, how many customers do I want? Or, how many customers can I handle? So once ads break even or better, I reverse my budget for my sales goal. If I can only handle 100 customers next month, and customers cost me $100 to get, I need to spend $10,000 to get them. That's 100 customers times $100. But since ads get less efficient as they scale, I usually pad my budget by 20%. So that means $12,000 over 30 days or $400 per day in ad spend. I reverse my daily ad budget from my lead getting goal. Then I commit to it. If the number terrifies you, then you're doing it right. Trust the data. This is how you scale, and that's why most people never do. How well am I doing? Cost and returns, efficiency benchmarks. Efficient paid ads make more money than they cost. If that sounds painfully obvious, good. You've already got most people beat. I measure paid ad efficiency by comparing the lifetime gross profit of a customer, LTGP, with the cost to acquire a customer, CAC. I express this ratio as LTGP to CAC. I measure LTGP instead of quote lifetime value or LTV. Here's why. Lifetime gross profit is all the money a customer ever spends on your stuff minus all the money it takes to deliver it. For example, if a customer buys something for $15 and it costs $5 to deliver it, your gross profit is $10. So if that customer buys 10 things over their lifetime, then they bought a total of $150 in stuff. But it cost you a total of $50 to deliver that stuff. That makes the lifetime gross profit $100. Gross profit is important in general because it's the actual money you use to acquire customers, pay rent, cover payroll, and everything else to run your business. So if you've ever heard me say I'm getting 3 to 1 on this, I refer to my LTGP to CAC ratio. I compare how much I made against how much I spent. So if the LTGP is greater than CAC, you have profitable advertising. If it's lower than CAC, you're losing money. What's a good LTGP to CAC ratio? Every business I invest in that struggles to scale has at least one thing in common. Their LTGP to CAC ratio was less than 3 to 1. As soon as they get it above 3 to 1, either through decreasing CAC or increasing LTGP, they take off. This is a pattern I personally observed, not a rule. You have 2 big levers to improving LTGP to CAC. 1, make CAC lower, get cheaper customers. We do this through more efficient ads following the steps we just outlined. Or 2, make LTGP bigger, increase how much you make per customer. We do this with a better business model. For maximum money, I prefer to do both. For example, if you made $1 billion per customer, then you could spend $999 million to get a customer and still have $1 million left over. You could spend pretty much whatever it takes to get a customer. No matter how crappy your ads, you'd still probably win. On the flip side, if you made 1 cent per customer, you'd have to get each customer for less than a penny to make it work. Even with the best ads, you'd fail. I bring this up because we speak to hundreds of entrepreneurs every month. They often think they have crappy ads, aka high CAC, when in reality, they have crappy business model, aka low LTGP. Here's a finding that will probably surprise you as much as it surprised me. The cost to acquire customers between competitors in the same industry is much closer than you think. The difference between winners and the losers is how much they make off each customer. So how do you know if it's your ads or your business model that needs work? I use industry average CAC as my guide. Research your industry averages for the cost to acquire customers. If your CAC is below 3x your industry average, that's good. Focus on your business model then. If your CAC is above 3x the industry average, that's bad. Then focus on your advertising. Things can only get so cheap. Eventually, you just got to make more money. Think about it like this. Lowering the cost of getting a customer by $100 will eventually take more work than making an extra $100 from them. So once your cost is low enough, focus on your business model. Costs can only approach 0, but how much you make can go up to infinity. Increasing advertising.
Let's see if we can find CAC information. Do deep research. Is there any industry numbers on CAC? That's pretty interesting. Would be pretty interesting if we can find that. So yeah, let's get into this. So the reasons my AI agency is
Efficiency beyond a certain point is like trying to save your way to $1 billion. You feel like you're making progress, but you're never really going to get there. Never have cash flow problems again. Client finance acquisition. For many businesses, LTGP is bigger than CAC. Yay, but not after the first purchase. Boo. The profit from the customer's first purchase is often less than the cost to get them. It can take many months to collect the full LTGP, so you get your money later instead of now. This cash flow problem cripples your ability to scale ads and get more customers. Boo again. But if your customer spends more than it costs you to get and fulfill them in the first 30 days, then you have the funds to scale now and forever. I call this client financed acquisition. I picked 30 days because any business can get interest-free money for 30 days in the form of a credit card. And if we make more than the cost to get and fulfill the customer in the first 30 days, we square our balance. Now, we have zero debt and a new customer, which we can keep profiting from forever. Then we repeat the process. Money is no longer a bottleneck. This is the key to limitless scale. Let's see client financed acquisition in action. Say we have a $15 per month membership that costs us $5 to deliver. That leaves us $10 gross profit left over. $15 membership minus $5 cost equals $10 gross profit per month. And let's say our average member stays for 10 months. That makes our lifetime gross profit $100. $10 gross profit per month times 10 months equals $100 LTGP. If the cost to get a customer is $30, so CAC equals $30, then we have a 3.3 to 1 LTGP to CAC ratio. That's $100 LTGP divided by $30 CAC equals 3.3. And it's 3.3 to 1. Our ads make money. Hooray. But wait, there's a problem. You spend $30 in ads and only get $10 back. $10 trickles in 1 month at a time until you finally break even 2 months later. That's tough. Make no mistake. You should 100% make that trade, but now we have a cash flow problem. Here's the way I fix it. I immediately sell more stuff. If I offer a $100 upsell with 100% margins that 1 in 5 new customers take, that adds $20 of gross profit per customer. $100 upsell divided by 5 customers equals $20 average upsell per customer. This takes us from $10 to $30 in the first 30 days, our break-even window. The first purchase is $10, but now the average upsell adds $20. So $10 plus $20 equals $30 gross profit per customer in less than 30 days. And since it costs $30 to acquire them, we break even. Great. $30 CAC minus $30 cash collected within 30 days equals free customers. Every $10 a month that comes in thereafter is gravy. Now I can go get another customer while I keep collecting that $10 profit per month for the next 9 months. This is how you print money. The things you can sell or upsell are unlimited. If I cover the cost to get and fulfill a customer in the first 30 days, I can pay off my credit card, then do it again. It's how I've scaled every company I've started for the past 7 years, past $1 million per month in the first 12 months, without outside funding. With efficiency out of the way, creativity is your only limit. Bottom line, figure out a way to get your customers to pay you back in the first 30 days so you can recycle your cash to get more customers. Personal lessons from paid ads. Number 1, don't confuse sales problems with advertising problems. The cost to get customers doesn't only come from advertising, it just mostly does. For example, a company I invested in spent 12 weeks and $150,000 to run paid ads. They were getting the right leads on the phone, but they weren't buying. The owner said advertising wouldn't work, but the ads worked fine, great even. Their sales sucked. The owner threw up his hands and gave up, 6 inches from goal. Frustrating. Confusing an advertising problem with a sales problem cost them an estimated $30 million to enterprise value. If your engaged leads have the problem you solve and the money to spend and they're not buying, then your ads work fine. You have a sales problem. 2, your best free content can make the best paid ads. Some of the best paid ads I've ever run come from free content. If you make a free content piece that generates sales or performs very well, 9 times out of 10, it'll make a great paid ad. Note on user-generated content, or UGC. If you can get your customers to create testimonials or reviews using your product, post them. If they perform well as free content, they'll often make killer ads too. Having a system in place to encourage these public posts from customers is my favorite way to get a steady stream of potential ads. And the best part is, it's no extra work. 3, if you say you suck at something, you probably will suck at it. Never say, I'm not techie, or I hate tech stuff. It just keeps you poorer than you should be. I said it for, wait for it, 4 years. Then one day, I snapped because I hated my website designer more than I hated tech itself. I was like, if this idiot can do it, so can I. 4 years of wasting time and lost money reversed with 4 hours of concentrated effort. Your turn. I can teach you how to place an ad in 20 minutes. It'll cost you $100. Worth it? I hope so. It's an important skill. It won't make you money, but you will learn a lesson worth far more than $100. Running ads is easier than you think. In fact, platforms spend zillions to make it as easy as possible so they can make more money. Here's all you gotta do. Search how to place a Insert the name of the platform, ad. Then, place one for $100. Don't go all the way to the end, then chicken out. Spend the gosh darn money. Rip off the Band-Aid. As soon as you do, you're no longer an observer, you're in the game. Once you've put all these pieces together, it's time to send it. Spend money, start with an acceptable amount you're willing to lose each month. Expect to lose it. You won't be earning, you'll be learning. If you recall from our advertising checklist, you'll need to pick each line to fill out your action card. This kicks off your journey in paid ads to get even more engaged leads. Here's a sample paid ads checklist. Who? Yourself. What? Your offer. Where? Any platform or audience you can buy access to. To whom? Target the audience or lookalike audience. When? Every day, 7 days a week. Why? Get engaged leads to sell. How? Call out plus 3 W's plus CTA. How much? A learning budget, then reverse to your sales goal. How many? 30 plus call outs times 10 main ads. How long? As long as it takes. Paid ads part 2 conclusion. Paid ads are the fastest way to scale how many leads you get. We spent the lion's share of this chapter talking about efficiency, because once you understand how ads really make money, it becomes much easier to win. I've been very successful with paid ads, but it wasn't because I was the most creative or had the best copy. It was because I knew the numbers. So follow the steps outlined. I recommend doing paid ads last for 2 reasons. First, the skills from the other 3 methods transfer to this one. And second, paid ads cost money. Money you will have if you start with the other 3 methods first. So learn the skills and make the money from the other 3 methods so that you have the shortest learning curve on this one. And once we have all that, we scale it. We expect to lose money more times than we win. And once we win, we scale the hell out of it. And that's how we do it. Paid ads is the last of the core 4 ways a single person can let other people know about their stuff. But before we transition to the second half of the book, I want to show you how to put these strategies on steroids. Free gift. Paid ads fast track. Running paid ads is the fast track. It's high risk, high reward. I recorded a deeper breakdown of paid ads frameworks that have served me across industries and price points. You can find it here for free, as always, acquisition.com/training/leads. My gift to you, money you'll make in the future.
Hey, if you think you now know how to run ads, or at least you can take your first shot at it and it demystified that for you, then there's somebody else who also would feel that way too.
And if you could get more engaged leads, commit to the Rule 100 and you will never go hungry again. Here's what it looks like applied to each of the core 4. Warm reach outs, 100 reach outs per day. Example primary actions, email, text, direct message, calls, etc. Post content, 100 minutes per day making content. Release at least 1 per day on a platform. As you get better, post even more. Example primary actions, short and long videos or articles, podcasts, infographics, etc. Cold reach outs, 100 reach outs per day. Example primary actions, email, text, direct message, cold call, flyers, etc. As with all cold advertising, expect lower response rates, so use automation. Paid ads, 100 minutes per day making paid ads. Example primary actions, direct response media ads, direct mail, seminar, podcast spots, etc. 100 days straight of running those paid ads. Use the daily budget we calculated together in the paid ads chapter. Aim for client finest acquisition. Pro tip: more ads means better ads means more leads. Facebook reviewed the accounts of all advertisers on their platform. They found something curious. The top 0.1% of advertisers split test 11 more times creative than everyone else. Oftentimes, it's not that you can't scale an ad profitably. You just can't scale a mediocre ad profitably. And the only way to find the exceptional ads is to make 11 times more of them. Get more engaged leads. Commit to the Rule 100 and you will never go hungry again. Here's what it looks like applied to each of the core 4. Warm reach outs, 100 reach outs per day. Example primary actions, email, text, direct message, calls, etc. Post content, 100 minutes per day making content. Release at least 1 per day on a platform. As you get better, post even more. Example primary actions, short and long videos or articles, podcasts, infographics, etc. Cold reach outs, 100 reach outs per day. Example primary actions, email, text, direct message, cold call, flyers, etc. As with all cold advertising, expect lower response rates, so use automation. Paid ads, 100 minutes per day making paid ads. Example primary actions, direct response media ads, direct mail, seminar, podcast spots, etc. 100 days straight of running those paid ads. Use the daily budget we calculated together in the paid ads chapter. Aim for client finest acquisition. Pro tip: more ads means better ads means more leads. Facebook reviewed the accounts of all advertisers on their platform. They found something curious. The top 0.1% of advertisers split test 11 more times creative than everyone else. Oftentimes, it's not that you can't scale an ad profitably. You just can't scale a mediocre ad profitably. And the only way to find the exceptional ads is to make 11 times more.
Today, I've got a special episode for you guys on our $100 Million Leads podcast collab between myself and myself. This is the high leverage portion of the book. The first 4 of the core 4 of the book are about how one person can advertise to let other people know about their stuff. Today is how we get other people to advertise on our behalf. Many of you heard about the book from someone else, and this is going to be key because today we're talking about referrals. All right, and so the only way that other people find out about stuff and a way that is viral is other people.
Times more of them. Success leaves clues. Do what the 0.1% do to get what the 0.1% get. Getting better gets you more leads for the same effort. We want that. And you can only get better by doing one thing, testing. So you do more and more until it breaks. Then you make it better. In other words, if you do more for long enough, your CAC will eventually get too high to sustain. So you make a tweak and see if it improves. If it does, keep doing it. If it doesn't, toss it out. Thousands of these tiny tests separate the winners from the beginners. Every action a lead takes before they become a customer is a potential drop-off point. So I do the most testing at whatever step the most leads drop off. I call these constraints. Constraints are the points where the smallest improvement create the biggest boost in results. That's why they're so important. We get the biggest bang for our buck. For example, if you have 3 steps in your process, let's say 30% opt-in, aka give you their contact information, 5% apply, and then 50% schedule. But let's ignore the obvious constraint for a moment. Imagine we improve each step by 5% itself. So 30% becomes 35%, which is a 16% increase. 5% becomes 10%, which is a 100% increase. Commit to the rule 100 and you will never go hungry again. Here's what it looks like applied to each of the core 4. Warm reach outs. 100 reach outs per day. Example primary actions. Email, text, direct message, call.
Okay, so we're missing a couple pages here. Let's read these. Core 4 on steroids, more, better, new. I surveyed the 50 or so faces of the group, all entrepreneurs looking to scale their businesses, each hungry for the missing link that would flood them with engaged leads after finishing a presentation on lead generation. I opened up the floor for Q&A. The first business owner chimed in. I just feel like I've saturated the market. I don't think we can get any bigger in the chiropractor niche than we already are. What are you doing in revenue? I asked. $2 million a year. And how much do you spend on advertising? About $30,000 a month on Facebook. What's your conversion rate from click to close? I don't know. So you don't track overall throughput? I guess not. Okay. What other platforms do you advertise on? None. How much content do you make for chiropractors? None. How much cold outreach do you do? None. And the $30K you spend in one platform for a $2 million business saturated for the $15.1 billion chiropractic industry. Does that sound reasonable? A second business owner chimed in before he could answer. If it helps, I'm in a chiropractor niche and I spent $30K in advertising across 4 platforms last week. Do you still feel like we saturated niche? I asked. He got the point. I have this conversation daily with entrepreneurs looking to grow. Typically, they have figured out how to get enough customers from one platform and to get them to $1 to $3 million per year. It's still not completely predictable, and they have their ups and downs, but they have the gist of what they need to do and have seen some success. So it's at the point they've hit a wall because they think they can't make more money. They assume they've tapped their market. I kid you not, I had a conversation with a different entrepreneur making about $3 million per year in the weight loss space. He worried increasing his ad spend past $40,000 per month would saturate his ad platform. For context, that platform was over $1 billion active daily users, and he was selling weight loss in America, a $60 billion industry. Silly. There are more leads out there than you can possibly imagine. I've used a framework to unlock those leads over and over again, and you can use it too. First, you reach out to people who you know, then you start making free content, and then you start reaching out to people who don't know you, then you start running paid ads. This is how you do the core 4 to get engaged leads, and there's really nothing else a single person can do on their own to get them. But what if you are doing the core 4 and still not getting as many engaged leads as you want? Well, worry not. There are 2 ways to boost any of the core 4 to get even more engaged leads on your own. I use these every time I want to increase engaged lead flow to a portfolio company. They are easy to remember. More, better, new. You can do more than what you're currently doing. You can do what you're currently doing better. You can do it somewhere new. And just like the story in the beginning with an NEC owner, that's exactly what I was asking him. Could you advertise more? Could you advertise better? Could you advertise somewhere new? So I start with the one I actually do first, more. You've done some advertising by now, and you know the advertising that you do works to some degree. So the next obvious thing you can do is get more engaged leads is more. A lot more. Crank up the volume to your max capacity. Even with no improvements at all, if you dial your inputs, you'll get more engaged leads. Make twice the reach outs, post twice the content, run twice the ads, double the ad spend. You won't regret it. Unless, of course, you hate money. So I will always focus on testing to make ourselves better, which we'll get to in a moment. The biggest increases often come from advertising more. Here's how I do more. The rule of 100. The rule of 100 is simple. You advertise your stuff by doing 100 primary actions every day for 100 days in a row. That's it. I don't make promises, but that is one. If you do 100 primary actions per day and you do it for 100 days straight, you will get more engaged leads. Commit to the rule of 100 and you will never go hungry again. Here's what it looks like applied to each of the core 4.
100 minutes per day making content. Release at least one per day on a platform. As you get better, post even more. Example primary actions: short and long videos or articles, podcasts, infographics, etc. Cold reach outs. 100 reach outs per day. Example primary actions: email, text, direct message, cold call, flyers, etc. As with all cold advertising, expect lower response rates, so use automation. Paid ads. 100 minutes per day making paid ads. Example primary actions: direct response media ads, direct mail, seminar, podcast spots, etc. 100 days straight of running those paid ads. Use the daily budget we calculated together in the paid ads chapter. Aim for client finest acquisition. Pro tip: more ads means better ads means more leads. Facebook reviewed the accounts of all advertisers on their platform. They found something curious. The top 0.1% of advertisers split test 11 more times creative than everyone else. Oftentimes, it's not that you can't scale an ad profitably. You just can't scale a mediocre ad profitably. And the only way to find the exceptional ads is to make 11 times more of them. Success leaves clues. Do what the 0.1% do to get what the 0.1% get. Getting better gets you more leads for the same effort. We want that. And you can only get better by doing one thing: testing. So you do more and more until it breaks. Then you make it better. In other words, if you do more for long enough, your CAC will eventually get too high to sustain. So you make a tweak and see if it improves. If it does, keep doing it. If it doesn't, toss it out. Thousands of these tiny tests separate the winners from the beginners. Every action a lead takes before they become a customer is a potential drop-off point. So I do the most testing at whatever step the most leads drop off. I call these constraints. Constraints are the points where the smallest improvement create the biggest boost in results. That's why they're so important. We get the biggest bang for our buck. For example, if you have 3 steps in your process, let's say 30% opt in, aka give you their contact information, 5% apply, and then 50% schedule. But let's ignore the obvious constraint for a moment. Imagine we improve each step by 5% itself. So 30% becomes 35%, which is a 16% increase. 5% becomes 10%, which is a 100% increase. 5% becomes 55% in scheduling, which is a 10% increase in leads. We get wildly different results. Improving the constraint also comes out the clear winner. So focus on the constraint, which was obviously in our example, the 5 going to 10 because it's a 2x increase in leads. And again, if you're not sure which step is the biggest constraint, find the step where the most leads drop off. You'll get the biggest reward for the smallest improvement. Here's how I get better. I test one thing per week per platform, and I do it for 4 big reasons. 1, if you test multiple things at a time on one platform, you'll never really learn what worked. 2, steps affect each other. A single change can affect results at other steps. For example, if you change step 1 and more people opt in but fewer people apply, no bueno. But you wouldn't know if you changed both steps. If you make one change, you can see what happened. If you make a bunch of changes, good luck trying to figure out what worked or didn't. 3, it forces you to prioritize what will get you the most engaged leads. You can do an infinite amount of tests, but time is limited. So you must choose your tests wisely. For example, if you only do one big test per week per platform, don't waste it on a color change from red to bright red. 4, maybe the most important, you run the test for long enough to see if you actually get an improvement. Too short and you won't get enough data. Too long and you waste time you could have spent improving the next constraint. With the size of my team and the amount of money I spend on advertising, 1 week is typically long enough for me. In every company I own, I set up a testing schedule. Every Monday, we run 1 split test per platform. We give it a week. And then the next Monday, we do 3 things. 1, we look at the results and pick the winners for each platform test. 2, important, we write down the results of the test in a log of all tests. So the next time we do something, we start a zillion improvements later, not at square one. 3, we come up with our next test to beat the current best version. If we can't beat the version we're currently running in 4 tries or 1 month, we move on to the next constraint. You continue to allocate effort to make things better, but at a certain point, the effort you put into making things better brings lower and lower returns. At some point, it makes more sense to invest your effort into something that will bring higher returns. Only at this point do we try something new. Pro tip: front to back, most times. In general, the lowest percentage steps usually happen at the front, and the higher percentage steps happen at the back, as in 1% of people may click an ad, then 30% will give you their contact information. This is why most times you'll end up focusing on the front more than the back, and that's fine. Those steps are usually the constraint. They have the largest return for the smallest improvements. The call out, the value elements, the offer, the CTA, the landing page, the headline, the subheadline, the image, etc. Down the pathway you go in order what the lead will see and then do. Pro tip: better, more, new. When talking to businesses less than $1 million per year in profit, I usually advise them to do more first. They haven't done enough volume for percentage changes to make a big difference. But once you cross $1 million in annual profit, making things better can be the lowest cost, highest return thing you do. So once a business is big enough, I flip the order from more, better, new to better, more, new. New. So after you've improved your marketing efforts through more and better, the only thing you have left is new places in new ways. In simple terms, new. And if you think your business can't possibly get any bigger, let me show you why it can. Then I'll show you how it can. Size of the pie fallacy, understanding market size. I have a visual that has 3 circles. One that's 100% filled out that just says me. One that's 50% filled out that has a middle smiley face, says me plus 1 competitor. And then a circle that has only 1/4 filled out, which is me plus 3 competitors, which is a very sad face. Most business owners only look at the platform and tiny community they market in. And usually, there are only 3 or 4 big companies marketing in their niche. So they assume those companies must split the entire market between them. This is exactly what the entrepreneur in my intro story did. Think for a moment about how ridiculous this is. I call this problem the size of the pie fallacy. The market is, in fact, much bigger than most assume. A small business uses one of the core 4 on one platform in one very specific way with a very targeted audience. And in that same space, advertising the same way, there may be only a handful of other competitors. They then mistakenly assume the tiny slice of the universe they advertise to is the entire available market. This is why most businesses stay small. When they plateau, they think there's no more leads to get. They believe they got as big as they possibly can. Because for many, saying I'm as big as I can get is much easier than saying I'm not as good at advertising as I thought. This false argument keeps entrepreneurs everywhere poorer than they should be. When to do new. When the returns you get from doing more better are lower than what you could do from a new placement or a new way of advertising. There are many other slices of attention and potential leads sitting just inside the tiny universe of post content. They could add new placements, since many platforms have multiple places or forms of content. For example, on Instagram, you can make stories, message ads, and posts. On YouTube, you can make shorts, longs, community posts, etc. Or they could add a new platform. They could go from Instagram Messenger to Facebook Messenger. They could go from YouTube Shorts to Instagram Shorts, etc. And once they've exhausted those, they could add an entirely new core 4 activity. And if you're curious, the order I pick my next new comes down to one thing. What will get me the most leads for the least amount of work? That is the rule. And 9 times out of 10, it goes like this. New placements, then new platforms, then new core 4. Bottom line. No matter how you advertise, you could do it in new ways, different styles of content, or in new places, think other platforms. Then finally, do a new core 4 activity altogether. And you guessed it, each of them gets us what we want, more leads. Now, this is much harder in practice, which is why we exhaust more better first. But at a certain point, you have to expand to new placements, platforms, and core 4 activities to get more people to know about your stuff. Action step. Exhaust more better first. Once you can't do any more, any better, meaning the returns are lower than putting the same effort into a new platform, then try new. Use this rough order. New placement, new platform, new core 4 activity. Get it going, measure how you do, and scale up from there using more better. Then rinse and repeat. More better new summary. First, you do way more of the advertising that works until it breaks. Then the next drop-off point becomes obvious. Then you keep that level of advertising up while you go back, fix the constraint, and make it better. So really, better and more work with each other more than they work separately. The first question I usually ask myself before we invest in a company that needs to get more customers is, what's stopping them from doing 10 times what they're currently doing? Sometimes, nothing, so we just do more. Other times, we need to make something better first. So answer that question and you'll know what to do next. Only once you've exhausted more better do the real returns come from doing new. First, go with new ad placements on a platform you know. Second, go with placements you know on a new platform. Then, once you get the hang of the new platform, use new placements on it. Once you exhaust that, you can add a new Core 4 activity on top of what you currently do. That gives you my simple, real-world way I put the Core 4 on steroids to get even more leads. Conclusion. Advertising is the process of making known. It's what we do to let strangers know about the stuff we sell. Now we solve the stuff problem with your lead magnet or offer. To get them to turn into engaged leads, you have to tell them about it. So we spent this section going over the only 4 ways a single person can advertise, let other people know about their stuff. And to do it, you trade either time, money, or both. And when you do it, you can advertise to people who know you, warm, or you can advertise to strangers, cold. And you can advertise publicly, content or ads, or privately, through outreach. As far as what to do when. Whenever I build a business, I think about it this way. After I do warm outreach to get my pool of customers going, if I have more time than money, I move to posting content. If I have more money than time, I go with cold outreach or running paid ads. But remember, you only need to do one to get engaged leads, so just pick one, then max it out. Do more, do better, do new, and all the advertising methods compound together. The money, the systems, and experience you earn from the prior method will help you master the next one. A business that posts free content and runs paid ads will get more out of their ads and their content than a business that only does one or the other. A business that does cold outreach and makes content will get more from their cold outreach and work their warm leads better than one that does only one. Every combination of the core 4 advertising activities boosts each other in some way. And as a personal note, I've done them all. I built my first business off posting content and warm outreach. I built my gyms off free content and paid ads. I built Gym Launch off paid ads and cold outreach. I built Prestige Labs off affiliates, which we'll cover in section 4. I built Allen off paid ads and affiliates, also section 4. I built Acquisition.com off posting content. There are many ways to get engaged leads. If you master one, you'll be able to feed yourself for the rest of your life. They all work if you do. Next up, if you follow the steps in this book, you'll run out of hours in the day. You won't be able to do any more, any better, let alone add anything new. So you'll need help on your journey to the land of endless leads. You'll need allies. Those allies come in 4 different flavors. And since there are more of them than there are of you, they're the key to getting there. So let's go get them. Free gift, bonus training, more, better, new. This is one of my favorite topics around scaling businesses. Our portfolio CEOs cite this as one of the most impactful frameworks I've given them. If you want to see a video version of me breaking this down, you can find it here for free as always at acquisition.com/training/lead.
Viral is other people letting them know about it for you. And so if today I've got a special episode for you guys on our $100 Million Leads podcast collab between myself and myself. This is the high leverage portion of the book. The first 4 of the core 4 of the book are about how one person can advertise to let other people know about their stuff. Today is how we get other people to advertise on our behalf. Many of you heard about the book from someone else. And this is going to be key because today we're talking about referrals. All right. And so the only way that other people find out about stuff and a way that is viral is other people letting them know about it for you. And so if this stuff has proven valuable for you and you've already gone through 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes of this and you've not chosen to share it, shame on you. All right, because if you've gotten this far, it means you've gotten some value from this, which means that someone else would get value too. All right, so at the very least, if you can leave a review so that someone else can see it, because if you have no friends who are entrepreneurs, then leave a review for someone you don't know. And if you do know someone, send it to them. And if you're awesome, do both. Enjoy the rest of the content.
Section 4, get lead getters. Get people who get you more leads. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. Archimedes. Building a $100 million lead machine is all about leverage. An old lady can lift a semi-truck with a long enough lever. The strongest man in the world without one can't. The length of the lever determines how much someone can lift. This is leverage. We can use the principle of leverage in advertising. Let me explain. Someone with internet can send a message to millions of people at once. Someone writing postcards by hand can't. The internet allows us to reach more people for the same time spent. So it's higher leverage. That means leverage boils down to how much we get for the time we spend getting it. So we want to use higher leverage activities to get what we want. More stuff we want, less time getting it, good. And we want leads. Lots of leads. Pro tip, don't mistake leverage for speed. One person can only move so fast. A person 1,000 times ahead of you isn't moving 1,000 times faster. They can't. They're doing different stuff. So the future that feels so far away with leverage is closer than you think. Lead getters give you leverage. Only 2 people can let strangers know about the stuff you sell. You and other people. And there are more of them than you. People can find out about the stuff we sell from 2 sources. We can let them know using the core 4, or other people can let them know using the core 4. I call these other people lead getters. When other people do it for us, we save time. That means we get more engaged leads for less work. Leverage, baby. Imagine 4 scenarios. Scenario 1, You are the lead getter. You do the core 4 all day, every day by yourself. You get enough leads to pay bills. Work, high, leads, low, leverage, low. Scenario 2, you get a lead getter. You get a lead getter to do the core 4 on your behalf. Now, the lead getter brings enough leads to pay the bills without you advertising. You work less than scenario 1 and get the same number of leads. Work low, leads low, leverage high. Scenario 3, you get lots of lead getters. You spend all your time getting other lead getters. Your leads go up every time you get another one. You work all day, every day, but you get way more leads than you did when it was just you. You work more than scenario 2, but get way more leads. Work high, leads high, leverage higher. Scenario 4, you get a lead getter who gets lead getters. You recruit somebody who recruits other people to advertise on your behalf. They get more lead getters every month. You only had to work to get the first lead getter once, but his leads continue climbing without you working. You work less than scenario 3 and you get more leads each and every month. Work low, leads high, leverage highest. Now you've got the makings of a $100 million leads machine. Outline of the lead getter section. The lead getters aren't part of the core 4 because they're not things you do. You don't do affiliates or do customer referrals or do agencies or do employees, but you have to do the core 4 to get them. They come from warm reach outs, cold reach outs, posting content, and running paid ads. And once you get them, they do it for you. So the core 4 stacks. One time to get them, and a second time for when lead getters get engaged leads on your behalf. But it doesn't have to end there. In fact, it shouldn't. The process repeats. Lead getters can go get lead getters. So we do something once, then lead getters can do it forever. But wait, I thought this book was about getting leads. So am I trying to get leads, or do I want lead getters? Answer, yes. Lead getters start out as leads, then get interested in the stuff you sell and become engaged leads like anyone else. The difference is they get other people interested in the stuff you sell too, and ideally, every lead becomes a lead getter. The following chapters explain, in detail, how to get other people to advertise for you. And if you want to scale to 100 million plus, you have to understand them. Number 1, customers. They buy your stuff, then tell other people about it to get you leads. Number 2, employees. People in your business that get you leads. 3, agencies. Businesses with services that get you leads. 4, affiliates. Businesses who tell their audiences about your stuff to get you leads. All 4 lead getters let other people know about your stuff. In other words, all 4 are higher leverage than doing it on your own. Once you understand the 4 lead getters, you can build a lead getting machine for every company you start for the rest of your life. I'll break down how I use all 4 lead getters, how each is different, how to work with them, when to use them, best practices, and how to measure your progress along the way. At the end of this section, you'll understand how to get other people to bring you more leads than you can possibly imagine. And since we already used the core 4 to get customers, let's start with something we can do right now. Get those customers to refer more customers. Free gift, advanced bonus. Get people to do it for you. That may have been one of my favorite chapters in the book. It took me so long to figure out how to recombine everything into a simple model. If you want even more training on getting other people to get you leads and how it applies to scaling, go to acquisition.com/training/leads. As always, you can scan the QR code below if you hate typing. Customer referrals, word of mouth. Best source of new work is the work on your desk. Charlie Munger. October 2019. Layla and I sat together on her parents' living room couch, the one she watched movies on as a kid. The faded edges of the coffee table begged us to kick our feet up. We balanced laptops on our thighs. Extension cords snaked around the couch to the outlets down the hall. Her stepmother clanged in the kitchen. This was not a work environment, but we made do. 2 years earlier, I lost everything and met her parents on the same weekend. Hey Dad, I met this guy on the internet. He lost everything and has no money. But don't worry, I quit my job and moved in with him to help him on his next big business idea. By the way, can we crash here for a while? Great first impression, Alex. But a lot had changed since then. We were multimillionaires now. We made enough to buy her childhood home in cash every week. Layla reviewed reports from our department heads. Oh yeah, we had executives now too. Hey, sales numbers looked a little soft this week, she said. Really? How many did we close? 15, and sales started dipping last week too. Is there anything different on your end? I don't know, let me check. I logged into Facebook's advertising portal. Red rejection notifications filled the screen. Well, that'll do it, I said. What? What happened? All the ads got shut off. Well, that's a problem. When do you think you can get them back up? It'll take a day or two to get a new campaign started. I squinted at the screen. Something even more alarming jumped at me. Facebook rejected the ads 2 weeks ago. I acted like nothing was wrong. So we closed 15 this week, and how many the week before? I asked. 21. Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. Okay, she said. The bad news is, the ads got shut off 2 weeks ago, so that explains the dip. The good news is, our product is so good, we're still doing $500,000 a week from word of mouth alone. You ignored the ads for 2 weeks? She had "Oh no you didn't" written all over her face. I shrugged with a sheepish grin. Still love me, right? We busted out laughing at the absurdity of it all. Those 2 years were insane. The amount of money we were making didn't make sense. We didn't comprehend how much it was until years later. We were just grateful to be doing it together, flaws and all. And this accidental stretch without running paid ads made something very clear. Our customers were telling their friends. A few months later, I stood on stage and looked over the 700 plus gym owner audience. Everyone paid $42,000 to be there. All wore black gym lord t-shirts and stick-on mustaches. It was nuts. I was mid-presentation explaining how excellent service generates leads through word of mouth. All the while, I obsessed over whether the money we made during the 2 weeks without running paid ads was a fluke. Feeling confident, I paused the presentation. Time to find out. All right, just to show you how important this is, who here learned about gym launch from another gym owner? Raise your hand. As soon as the words left my lips, I felt instant regret. What if no one raised their hand? What if our growth was all forced? I'm such an idiot. I looked around the room with my arm raised like a monkey. The room stood still. Oh no. Then, a few gym owners raised their hands. That doesn't look great, but it could be worse. Then more, thank God. Then more. Then a wave of hands. Holy cow. People looked to their sides and behind them. It was almost the entire room. I let the moment sink in for all of us. I'll never forget it. I knew we had good word of mouth, but not this good. That, I said, is the power of word of mouth. I know you weren't there when Layla and I realized we were making $500,000 plus per week from word of mouth. I know you weren't there to see $30 million in customers say someone referred them. The first time I realized the power of referrals, it was by accident. Seeing how much it made me, I studied what had gone right. I wanted to make sure I could recreate it on purpose. For me to transfer that ability to you, I have to transfer the beliefs that created it, and these experiences form those beliefs. This is why I share them. People copied our offers, ads, and lead magnets. They copied our landing pages, emails, and sales scripts. They copied everything they could, but they did it with little success. They think it's about advertising, and it is, but the best advertising is a happy customer. An amazing product turns every customer into a lead getter. The world loses trust by the second. Every day, more customers do their research. They arm themselves with information to make purchasing decisions, as well they should. So to play at higher levels, we need our product to not only deliver, but delight. Customers must get so much value, it compels them to tell other people about us. The good news is, once you know how, it's easier than you think. In this chapter, I explain how to get the lowest cost, highest profit, and best quality leads out there, referrals. How referrals work. A referral happens when somebody, a referrer, sends an engaged lead to your business. Anyone can refer, but the best referrals come from your customers. So this chapter focuses on getting more referrals from your customers. How referrals grow your business. Referrals are important because they grow your business in two ways. Number one, they're worth more, higher LTGP. Referrals buy more expensive stuff and buy it more times. They also tend to pay more in cash upfront. Lovely. Two, they cost less, aka lower CAC. If one customer sends you another customer because they like your stuff, that new customer costs you nothing, and free customers are cheaper than customers that cost money. So free customers equals good. But what does this stuff really mean? Check this out. Imagine you had an LTGP to CAC ratio of 4:1. That means it costs you 25% of your lifetime gross profit of one customer to get another. Not bad. But now imagine if every customer brought you 2 more customers. You now have an LTGP to CAC ratio of 12:1. You'd use just over 8.3% of your lifetime gross profit to get a new customer. So you get 3 customers for the price of 1. Now we're talking. Hooray. What a deal. On top of that, referrals are exponential. Let me explain. The number of engaged leads you get from the core 4 depends on how much you do them. The inputs to outputs have pretty linear relationships. If you do 100 reach outs, you get engaged leads. If you double it, your leads roughly double. If you spend $100 in ads, you get engaged leads. If you double it, your leads roughly double. So no matter how well you advertise, how much you get depends on how much you do. And that's great. But with word of mouth, we can do even better. With word of mouth, 1 customer brings 2, 2 bring 4, 4 bring 8, and so forth. It's not linear, it's exponential. Nothing scales like word of mouth. Want to know why so few people scale by word of mouth? They lose customers faster than they get them. Look at the referral growth equation to see it in action. Referrals in minus churn customers out. So the visual is percentage of clients referred monthly minus percentage of clients churned monthly equals percentage monthly compounding growth. If referrals are greater than churn, you grow without any other advertising. Yay. If referrals are equal to churn, you need other advertising to grow your business. Meh. If referrals are less than churn, you've got to advertise to break even. Boo. That's most folks. This gets nutty when you look at percentages. If the percentage of referrals every month is bigger than the percentage of customers who leave, your business compounds every month. You'd have to spend that much more money on ads, do that many more reach outs, or post that much more content just to maintain that growth. you'll eventually hit a wall. But with referrals, you can maintain growth no matter how big you get. This is how companies like PayPal and Dropbox exploded into multi-billion-dollar businesses. I'll break down their exact strategies later in the chapter. On the other hand, small businesses barely scrape by because they have about the same customers exiting as they do entering. A hamster wheel of death. Here's why. 2 reasons most businesses don't get referrals. Most businesses don't get referrals for 2 reasons. First, their product isn't as good as they think it is. Second, they don't ask for them. You're not making as much money as you want because you're not as good as you think you are. Problem number 1, the product isn't good enough. Everyone loves our stuff. We just need to get the word out, says every small business owner with a product that's not as good as they think it is. I'm going to take off my nice guy hat for a second. If your product were exceptional, people would already know about it and you'd have more business than you could handle. So if you sell direct to consumers and they are not bringing you more customers, your product has room to improve. I like to ask myself, why are my customers too embarrassed to tell everyone they know about my product? It may be okay, but it's unremarkable, as in not worthy of remark. In fact, most of the stuff I pay for kind of sucks. My pool guy forgets stuff half the time, my landscapers make a ton of noise at the worst hours, my cleaners routinely put my clothes in my wife's closet. I guess that's what I get for extra medium t-shirts. The list goes on. Business owners wonder why they don't get referrals. The answer is right in front of them. They're just not good enough. Let me show you how I think about it. Price is what you charge. Value is what you get. The difference between price and value is goodwill. This means that the price not only communicates value, but is also how we judge value. Economics dorks call it customer surplus, but I'm just going to call it goodwill. You want lots of goodwill. Lots of goodwill creates word of mouth. Word of mouth means referrals. There are 2 ways to build goodwill with your customers. You can lower your price, or you can give more value. After all, if you lower the price of your product enough, people would line up to get it, but you'd probably lose money. So lowering the price is, at best, a temporary solution. You can only lower the price so much for so long. And as marketing legend Rory Sutherland says, any fool can sell something for less. So to build goodwill to get referrals, the question isn't how do we lower our price, but how do we give more value? 6 ways to get more referrals by giving more value. There are 6 ways I get referrals by giving more value. And it just so happens to map to the parts of an ad. Neato. 1. Callouts. Sell better customers. 2. Dream outcome. Set better expectations. 3. Increase perceived likelihood of achievement. Get more people better results. 4. Decrease time delay. Get faster results. 5. Decrease effort and sacrifice. Keep making your stuff better. 6. Call to action. Tell them what to buy next. So let's start with the first. Callouts. Sell better customers. We want to sell better customers because they get the most value from our products. Customers who get the most value have the most goodwill, and the customers that have the most goodwill are most likely to refer. Yes, it's that simple. Let me give you a real-life example. We have a portfolio company that did public relations for small businesses. They had a lot of sales, but they had a lot of churn, so they plateaued. They didn't grow for years. To see what we could do, we looked at their lowest churning customers to see if they had anything in common. They did. They were all in a specific niche and looking to raise funding from investors. So the solution looked obvious. Get more of them. But the founder had a big worry. These customers were only 15% of his business. If he changed his targeting and it failed, he would lose 85% of his business. But the business wasn't growing anyway. A tough situation for any entrepreneur. But after reviewing the data many times, he agreed to change the advertising callouts to match his narrow, perfect fit customer. The results. The company broke through its plateau. They grew for the first time in years, and now are on track to adding millions per month. Plus, their cost of advertising, a huge expense for their stagnating business, went down. They got even cheaper leads since they could be more specific with their messaging. But not only that, the cheaper leads got even more value from the product because it was meant for them. And those customers, because they had more goodwill towards the business, started referring like clockwork. Action step. Increase the quality of the prospect and you'll increase the quality of the product. Figure out what your most successful customers have in common. Use those similarities to target a new audience that has the greatest chance of getting the most value who are just like them. Then sell only people who meet those new criteria. Set yourself up to build more goodwill. More goodwill means more referrals. 2. Dream outcome. Set better expectations. The fastest, easiest, and cheapest way to make your product remarkable is make it better than they expect. And that's easier than you might think because you set the expectation. Pro tip, dating advice. On first dates, I like to set the bar as low as possible by admitting all my flaws. After telling my now wife all my flaws, I joked, I can only go up from here. Have you ever had a stranger tell you a new movie was awesome, then you go see it and think, that wasn't as good as I expected? On the flip side, have you ever had someone tell you a movie was terrible and then you ended up seeing it anyways and thought, that wasn't as bad as I expected? Our expectations of an experience can dramatically affect the experience itself. We can increase goodwill by lowering expectations. It gives us room to over-deliver. In the beginning, I promised everything in the kitchen sink to get people to buy. Fulfilling on that turned into a nightmare. So I began inching down my promises while maintaining quality. It gave me more room to over-deliver and I netted a major benefit, referrals. Customer expectations are fickle. That's why we set expectations for them. And if we set those expectations, we can exceed them. Action step. Slowly lower the promises you make when making offers. Keep lowering them until your close rate's lower. At that point, stop. This maximizes how many customers you get and the goodwill you build with them. Maximize customers and more goodwill means more referrals. 3. Increase perceived likelihood of achievement. Get more people, better results. The customers with the best results get the most value from a product. Figure out what they do to get the most value, and you can help other customers do the same. 2 steps ago, to sell better customers, we figured out who the best ones were. So now, to get everyone the best results, we figure out what the best ones did. Let me show you what it looked like at gym launch. We started by tracking customer activities, speed to running their first fed, speed to their first sale, their attendance on calls, etc. Then we compared the activities of our average customers to the activities of our best customers. We found out something huge. If a gym owner ran paid ads and made a sale in the first 7 days, their LTGP tripled. Once we realized this, we focused on getting everyone to launch ads and make sales in the first 7 days. The results of our average customers skyrocketed. More customers, more testimonials, and more referrals followed. Here's the process I use to get more people better results. Step 1, survey customers to find the ones who get the best results. Step 2, interview them to find out what they did differently. Step 3, look at the actions they had in common. Step 4, force new customers to repeat the actions that got the best customers the best results. Step 5, measure the improvement in average customer results, speed and outcome. Step 6, match the conditions of your guarantee to the actions that get the best results to get more people to do them. Pro tip, make the success activities the conditions of your guarantee. Do not do this if you hate money and helping people. As soon as you start getting customers' results, note what they did. Then start guaranteeing new customers those results, but do it on the condition that they do what the best customers did. The guarantee sells more people, the conditions get them better results, you win, they win. Action steps. Figure out what the best people did, then get everyone to do it. Make your guarantees around the actions that create the most success, more goodwill, more referrals. Hey, I hope you're enjoying the book chapter that you're listening to right now of $100 Million Leads. I took a long time putting it together for you. And so my only ask is that you just take a quick second and leave a review for the book on Amazon. It's the #1 way that people find books. And this is a way of getting more people into our world. And so our mission at acquisition.com is to make real business education accessible to everyone. And I need your help. And so if you could do that, just that one small action, it has a trade for the 2 years that I took putting this book together for you, it would mean the world to me. So thank you. Number 4, decrease time delay. Make faster wins. I define a win as any positive experience a customer has. Faster wins increase the perception of speed, increase the likelihood they'll stick, and increase how much they trust you. Triple win. To make wins feel faster, we give them wins more often. Let's imagine you have a product that takes a week to deliver. The customer can get 1 win at the end of the week or win every day with daily progress updates. Same amount of progress, 7 times the wins. On top of that, if someone said 7 things would happen and all 7 do, I trust them even more. Referring a friend is now a lower risk since 7 promises were made and all 7 were kept. Here's 5 ways I make wins happen faster in the real world. 1, if I have 7 small things to deliver, I deliver them at shorter intervals rather than all at once. 2, updates are wins. If it's a bigger project, I share updates as frequently as possible. You can never give someone too much good news, and regular updates, progress or not, is better than leaving your customers hanging. 3, customers form their lasting impression of a business within 48 hours after they buy. Force a good impression. Force as many wins as you can in that window. Set many expectations, meet many expectations, repeat. 4, they should always know the next time they'll hear from you. I got a slick saying from a public CEO friend of mine. Bam fam. Book a meeting from a meeting. Again, never leave a customer in no man's land. They should always know what happens next. 5, never expect customers to forgive you, ever. So act like it. For example, you can deliver early, but never late. I add 50% to my timeline, so I always deliver early. That makes on time for me, early for them. Action step. Break down outcomes into the smallest possible increment. Communicate it as often as reasonable, even if there is no progress. Update them. Set timelines with breathing room, deliver early. More customer wins means more goodwill, and more goodwill means more referrals. 5, decrease effort and sacrifice. Keep making your stuff better. If the customer does less stuff they hate to benefit from your product, you've made it better. If the customer gives up fewer things they love to benefit from your product, you've made it better. And there's no such thing as a perfect product. You can always make it better. And the easier you make it for them to benefit, the more goodwill you get, and the more likely they'll refer. Here's my process to keep making my stuff better. Step 1, use customer service data, surveys, and reviews to find the most common problem with your product. Step 2, figure out your fix. To get a head start, get feedback from the customers who made your product work despite the problem it has. Step 3, use that feedback to improve your product. Step 4, give the new version to a small group of your struggling customers. Step 5, get your next round of feedback. If you solve the original problem, then roll it out to all customers. If it didn't, go back to step 2. Step 6, move on to the next most common problem and repeat the process. Do this until the end of time. Action step, keep making your stuff better. Survey, make changes, implement, measure, repeat. I run this process every month. Set this as a recurring monthly process in your business. A product that takes less effort and has fewer sacrifices means more goodwill. And more goodwill, you guessed it, means more referrals. 6, call to action. Tell them what to buy next. If you have an amazing product, they'll want more. You have to satisfy their desire to buy. If you don't, they'll still buy, but from someone else. Don't let that happen. Sell them again. You can either sell them a new thing or more of the thing they just bought. In either case, you'll get even more goodwill and extend the lifetime of the customer. And besides, the more stuff they buy, the more stuff they can refer their friends to. For example, in a weight loss company we know, lots of customers referred friends to their first year product, but some didn't. A lot of those customers who didn't refer the first product when they bought their more expensive thing referred their friends to that. So you just got to keep selling. In my experience, people obsess over their front-end offers, and that makes sense. But then they neglect the back end, and customers fall off. And customers that fall off your product are unlikely to refer. So keep selling them so they don't. Action step, treat every customer like it's the first time you sold them. Make sure your next offer is more compelling than your first. Remind them to buy more after each big win. More things to buy means more opportunities to add even more value. More value means more goodwill, and more goodwill, you guessed it, means more referrals. One question to rule them all. Let's consolidate these 6 steps into one thought experiment. I encourage you to try it out with your team. Here it is. You've lost all your customers but one. The gods of advertising ban you from doing the core 4 and decree. All customers must come from this one customer. Violate our terms and we will destroy your business and every other business you start for eternity. Tough break. But the question remains, how would you treat this customer? What would you do to make their experience so valuable they would send all their friends? What kind of results would they need to get? What would their onboarding be? What type of customer would you pick? Think about it. Write it out. Your business depends on it. Then do it. Start acting like the advertising gods will revoke your core 4 privileges at any moment. Soon, you'll see you have no choice but to start adding more value to get more customer referrals. Now that we covered that, do you want to know how you can get even more referrals? Ask for them. Referrals. Ask for them. Do you know why businesses have so few referrals compared to what they could have? They never ask for them. Your customers, like any audience, can only know what to do if you tell them. Now, I've tried a lot of referral strategies. Most failed, and I struggled until I had this epiphany. Asking for referrals only works when you treat it like an offer. The referrals come when you show the value the customer gets when they refer their friends. Let me give you 2 quick case studies to show you the power of asking for referrals. Case study number 1. Dropbox gave free storage to customers and free storage to their friends they referred. The referral program went viral and they 39x'd their business in 15 months. Case study 2. PayPal gave $10 in credit to customers and $10 to the friends they referred. Within 2 years, the program helped them reach 1 million users, and 6 years later, they hit 100 million users. They still use it today. So how do we harness the same viral growth in our own small business? We do what they did. We ask for it. 7 ways to ask for referrals. There are 3 components to a referral program: how you give the incentive, what you incentivize with, and how you ask. Rather than give you 100 variations that may or may not work, here are the 7 combos that worked best for me. Number 1, one-sided referral benefit. I'd rather pick customers than a platform any day of the week. Pay your average cost to acquire a customer, aka CAC, to the referrer or the friend. Make them aware of the incentive. Example, imagine it costs $200 to get a customer. Ask the current customer to make an actual 3-way introduction to a friend via call, SMS, or email, not just a name and number. Also, ask them to do it right when they buy. Don't wait. Then write them a check for $200 when their friend signs up, or give their friend $200 off. Example 2. This works great for spouses because they both basically get the benefit. Always ask for the spouse and give a household discount. 2. Two-sided referral benefits. This is what Dropbox and PayPal used. We pay our CAC to both parties. Half goes to the referrer in credit or cash, and half goes to the friend in credit. This way, they both benefit. Example, we sell $500 programs. Our cost to get a customer is $200. For every friend someone refers, we give them $100 in cash and give the friend $100 off signing up. Good for up to 3 friends. This worked really well for my local businesses. Pro tip, run your paid ads for free. In our service businesses, we routinely get an additional 25 to 30% of signups as referrals if we ask for a referral right when they signed up. So if we sign up 100 clients for a promotion, we'd usually get another 25 to 30 clients from referrals. And since we always operate above 3 to 1 LTV to CAC ratio, the cash from referrals often cover the cost of ads and some. Bingo, bingo. Number 3, ask for a referral right when they buy. On the sales contracts or checkout page, ask for some names and phone numbers of people they'd like to do this with. Show them how they will get better results when they do it with a friend. Example, I had a new salesman come into one of my portfolio companies and shatter all the sales records for an upcoming event. We didn't know what was going on, so I hopped on the phone with him. How are you selling more tickets than everyone else? He shrugged and said, I'm doing the same thing as everyone else. I just make sure I ask them who else they'd want to have come with them. Then ask them to introduce me. Half his sales were from referrals. So simple, and yet no one does it. Scripting example. People who do our program with someone else tend to get 3 times the results. Who else could do this program with you? Very simple. Pro tip, not if, but who. Once someone is a customer, be more direct with your ask. Don't ask if they know someone, ask who they know. 4, add referrals as a negotiation chip. On top of that, you can ask for referrals as a way to negotiate a lower price. In other words, if someone wants to pay $400 and your price is $500, you can give them a discount in exchange for an introduction to 3 friends. You can ethically charge a different price for the same thing because you changed the terms of the sale. Example, I can't do anything less than $500 down, but if you make a 3-way text introduction to a few friends right now, I'd be happy to cut that initiation fee. And to address the question you didn't ask, if a full price customer finds out you gave someone else a discount, which I've had happen, here's all you say. Yeah, Stacy got $100 off because she referred 3 friends. I'm happy to give you $100 if you refer me 3 friends. Who do you have in mind? They either back off or they give you 3 friends. Win-win. Number 5, referral events, where people get points, credits, dollars, or even just bragging rights for bringing friends within an explicit time period. Referral events typically last from 1 to 4 weeks. Whenever you run one of these events, sell everyone on the benefits of working with others. Use some stats, internal or external, to show high success rates and the selfish benefit of bringing friends. I use names like Bring a Friend Promotion, Spouse Challenge, Accountability Buddy, Coach Challenge, Promotion, where you create teams with your employees and customers. This works well in coaching style businesses. 6, ongoing referral programs. Instead of running a limited duration referral promotion, you talk about the benefits of doing things with others all the time. Think in your free content, outreach, paid ads, etc. After a buddy did this, he saw a 33% boost in total signups. For context, he had 1 million customers buy tickets to his virtual event, and 250,000 of them were referred. This stuff works. 7, unlockable referral bonuses. Create bonuses for people who 1, refer, and 2, leave a testimonial. A few examples. Unlock VIP bonuses, courses, tokens, status, training, merchandise, service levels, premium support, additional hours of service, etc. Unlockable referral bonuses work well if you don't like paying out cash. The bonuses can also be for both parties if you like, since they cost you less than cash. Visit the lead magnet section for some extra inspiration. As always, the more insane you make the offer, the more people will refer. If you want them to refer, make it so good they'd be stupid not to. You're only limited by your creativity. Here's what it looks like to combine a few of the strategies above into a killer referral promotion. Give everyone a gift card for 1/3 the cost of their program. Tell them they can give it to a friend of theirs if they sign up with them. Give the gift card an expiration date within 7 to 14 days from the date you give it to them. It'll force them to use it. This gives the referrer status when they give it to their friend. Rather than saying, hey, join this program for $2,000 off, they say, hey, I got this gift card for $2,000. Do you want to use it? I don't want to waste it. It's seen as a much bigger deal for them and you. You can still use the 3-way introduction with this tactic. Then text a picture of the gift card. Bonus points if you write the friend's name on it before texting the picture. It makes it feel personalized and gives you a legitimate reason for asking for the friend's name. Wink. P.S. You can also sell the gift cards at 90% off as purchasable gifts, only for friends of customers. The referrer looks like they spent a lot of money, and you get paid to get new customers. I can hardly think of a better way to make money. Again, the only limit is your creativity. Pro tip, match the thing you give with the thing you sell. If you don't want to give away money, try to match the referral incentive with the core product you sell. For example, if you have a t-shirt manufacturing company, give away free t-shirts makes a lot of sense because your incentive will attract people who actually want t-shirts and they're more likely to become paying customers. Hint, that's why the gift card works so well. On the other hand, if you give away an amazing limited edition t-shirt for your IT services business, it may or may not attract people who want IT services. So try to match the thing you give with the thing you sell. Conclusion. Referrals aren't an advertising method you can do. It's not one trick or hack, although we learned some of those. It's a way of doing business, and it starts with you. After all, referring is always a risk for the customer. They risk their goodwill with their friend in the hopes of getting more by showing them something cool, your stuff. So customers only refer when they think it's very likely their friend will have a good experience. In other words, when the benefits to them personally outweigh the risk of hurting their relationship with that friend. So we add benefits for them and their friends with incentives, and we lower the risk by building goodwill, showing we deliver on our promises. And we do that by using the 6 ways to give your customers more valuable. Now, don't get me wrong. Building goodwill does a fantastic job of getting referrals on its own. But if we're smart, which we are, we capitalize on that goodwill. So we get even more referrals by using the 7 ways to ask for them. So give more than you get and you'll never go hungry again. This is how we treat our customers. Do this and you can monetize goodwill forever. To keep this in perspective, I always remind myself, I am compensated tomorrow for the value I provide today. Action items. Figure out your referral percentages and churn percentages to set a baseline. Implement the 6 giving value steps to build goodwill. Then capitalize on that goodwill using 1 or more of the 7 ways to ask for referrals. Next up. So now we have to figure out how to scale a team. It looks like we'll have to call out potential teammates, show them the value of joining the team, then ask them to join. Wait, that sounds familiar. But seriously, if you really want a $100 million leads machine, buckle up. The most valuable chapter in the book is coming up next. Employees. For real, this isn't a boring chapter and you're gonna need them if you wanna make the big money. Free gift. Bonus. Customer referral frenzy. If you wanna know,
Keep it pushing.
4 ways to use the highest leverage, most profitable ways to getting customers. I just made a training for you. You can get it here free. acquisition.com/training/leads.
I hope you enjoyed the customer referrals. Today I've got a special edition $100 million leads episode collaboration with the podcast The Game. Myself, a self high five, if you will. We've got 2 chapters for you today. Special cooking in the big cauldron of money making madness that is this podcast. We're gonna be going over employees and agencies. Employees so that they can help you do the core 4 for you, except on payroll, and agencies are outside entities that will do them for you as well. I have a really unique spin on how I use agencies, so you're going to want to stay tuned to that. So I hope you enjoy and subscribe.
Employees. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. African proverb. June 2021. The new sales director piped up. I know we came in under our goal again, but I don't think we need to change anything. We'll hit it this quarter. Eyes darted around the room and looked in every direction but mine. The silence was long enough for the executive assistant to mark the topic covered and move on. No wonder we missed our cold outreach goal for the 2nd quarter in a row. Nobody challenged the failure. What, so now we think the 3rd time's the charm? Wait, I said. Now everyone looked in my direction. I'd like to know why we didn't hit this 2 quarters in a row. I know we can sell, so if we want to make more sales with cold outreach, then we do more cold outreach. What's the issue? We lose a rep every 4 weeks, the sales director said. Aha. Okay, why is our churn so high? I was wondering the same thing, but HR says we're actually below industry average churn for this position. He continued. But by the time we hire and onboard one, another one turns out. I saw the HR director nodding in agreement, getting warmer. Okay, so the issue is hiring, I said. What's the hiring situation look like? We hire 1 out of every 4 candidates HR pushes to us. So if they churn out as fast as we hire them and you only hire 1 out of every 4, that means you get like 1 candidate a week? Yeah, about that. Almost there. Gotcha. Now I looked at the HR director. What's the screening situation look like? We get 1 qualified candidate per 10 screening interviews, give or take, she said. So it takes 40 interviews to get a single low-skilled frontline worker? I guess so. Bingo. All right, we need to change things up, I said. We're bottlenecked at the 1-to-1 screening. Start interviewing in groups and look for the crazies there. Push everyone else with a good work ethic and basic social skills over to sales. We can teach the rest. Agreed? The team nodded. Within 6 weeks, hiring outpaced churn. Our cold outreach sales increased in lockstep. By the end of the quarter, cold outreach sales had doubled and made up more than half our total sales. The issue wasn't cold outreach method, skills, or offer at all. We just didn't have enough people doing cold outreach. If you use the methods in this book, you'll see more engaged leads flow into your business. More engaged leads means more customers. But as you grow, so does your workload. In due time, it will take more work than a single person can handle. And you can solve the problem of too much work for one person by having more people work. In short, to advertise more, you'll need more workers. And this chapter will show you how employees work, why they make you wealthy, how to get them, and the method I use to turn them into lead getters. How employees work. Lead getting employees are people who work in your business that you train to get you leads. They get you leads the exact same way you got your own leads in the beginning. They can run ads, they can make and post content, and they can do outreach. They can do any advertising you train them to do. So more lead getting employees means more engaged leads for your business. It also means less work you have to do to get the leads. More leads and less work. Sign me up. But wait, not so fast. Don't get me wrong. Employees take work. They just take less time and work than doing everything on your own. In my experience, if you trade 40 hours of doing for 4 hours of managing, you work 36 hours less. Brilliant. And the best part is, you can make that trade over and over. You can swap 200 hours of work per week for 20 hours of management. Then you trade the 20 hours of managing for a manager who costs you 4 hours per week to lead. What remains is 4 hours of work for 200 hours of lead getting. Boom. Bottom line, employees make a fully functioning enterprise that grows without you. Why employees make you wealthy? For your business to run without you, other people need to run it. Scenario number 1. Imagine you have a business that makes $5 million per year in revenue and $2 million per year in profit. And to make that profit, you have to work around the clock. In this situation, you basically have a high-paying job. But let's say you're okay with working all the hours and knowing your business would burn down if you took a vacation. Vacations are for losers anyways. Kidding, cough, sort of. We still have another important thing to look at. Sure, you make a bit of money, but your business isn't worth much. If the business only makes money with you in it, then it's a bad investment for anyone else. They may not sound like a big deal right now, but let's consider an alternative. Scenario 2. Your business makes the same $5 million per year in revenue and $2 million per year in profit. But there's one big difference. The business runs without you. This does two very cool things. 1, it turns what used to be a risky job into a valuable asset. And 2, it makes you much wealthier. Here's how. First, you get your time back, so you can use that time to invest in your business, buy other businesses, or take your stinking vacations. Second, you become much wealthier because your business is now worth something to someone else. You turn a liability that relied on you into an asset you can rely on. If you have an asset that makes millions of dollars without you, then that means somebody else could use it to make millions of dollars without them. In other words, your business is now a good investment. Then investors looking for assets like acquisition.com, for instance, would buy some or all of it from you. And your $2 million in profit per year, especially if it's climbing, could easily be worth $10 million right now. So your business went from having almost zero value to having $10 million of value. So learning how to get other people to do it for you makes a $10 million difference in your net worth. I'd say it's worth learning how to do it. Reminder, you get rich from what you make, you become wealthy from what you own. And it took me years to realize this because not that long ago, everything I thought I knew about employees was wrong. Have you ever heard, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself? No one can do it like I can do it. Nobody can replace me. I have. I said all that stuff. I lived all that stuff for years. Every time I hired somebody, I would compare what they could do to what I could do. In my head, I felt like it was me against them, to somehow prove I was more able than them, with my own team. And this belief, this way of leading people, never made me more money. For business, nobody can do it but me, and if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself, aren't facts, they're false. Somebody did similar stuff before you were around, and somebody will continue doing some version of it after you're gone. In one way or another, everyone is replaceable. It might be by multiple people, technology, or later in time, but everyone can be replaced. My suggestion, replace yourself as soon as you can. Then you can make yourself useful somewhere else. Many other people figured this out, and so can you. In the early days, whenever I started a business, I could do stuff better than the people I hired. My entire workforce always ended up looking like a ragtag group of misfits who could kind of do one of many things I could do. This got me up and running at first, but I fell into the trap of believing I was better than everyone else. I would go back and forth between gloating because I was better than them and complaining because they weren't as good as me. And for whatever reason, it never occurred to me I was the one who hired and trained them. Who was I kidding? The reality was twofold. First, I didn't have the skills to train or lead a team properly. Second, I was too poor, and then, when I had a little money, too cheap to hire anyone better. In other words, it was my fault they sucked. Oops. The more I tried to outcompete my employees, the more distracted I became and the worse my business got. Sure, at the time, maybe I could do anything better than any of my employees, but I couldn't do everything better than all of my employees. And when I finally realized this, I started adopting better beliefs about talent. If you want it done right, get someone to spend all their time doing it. If I can do it, someone else can do it better. Everyone is replaceable, especially me. These new beliefs about talent not only made it a much healthier culture in my business, but also came with very profitable side effects. Trusting my employees to succeed made my time and my attention far more valuable. If someone else can do it, why would I? If someone else could train them, why would I? If I could learn other stuff to grow the business while my team held the fort down, it makes way more sense to do that. So let's do that. How to get employee leads. The internal core four. Remember the core four? Well, they work for getting employees too. Imagine that. By changing the frame from letting potential customers know about your stuff to letting potential employees know about your stuff, it immediately turns into something you already know how to do. But some people have the opposite problem. They already know how to get employees just fine, but struggle to get customers. Employees are just other people you let know about your stuff. So you do the same thing. Let's line up the actions to get employees with the actions to get customers. It's the same stuff. Warm outreach equals ask your network. Cold outreach equals recruiting. Posting content equals posting job openings. Paid ads equals promoted job postings. Customer referrals equals employee referrals. Affiliates equal associations, guilds, listservs, etc. Agencies equal staffing firms. Employees equals employees, because those are the same thing. The ways you get employee leads and their lead getters have equivalent to the ways you get customer leads and their lead getters. So when you need to get new talent, you just advertise to get it. And when you need more, you do more. And like creating a reliable process to get customers, you can also create a reliable process of getting employees. And you'll need both to scale. How to get employees to get you leads. Now you hire someone who costs you money every month. Great. Let's make sure you get it back, and some, ASAP. Note, some people looking for work will already know how to get leads. Those people are awesome. You can also count on them to cost more. And if you're starting out, you may not be able to afford them. So your next best option is to train them. Thankfully, you have an entire book of lead getting at your fingertips. So the next step is training your employees on how you do those lead getting activities. I think about and actually approach training with this 3Ds mental model. Document, demonstrate, duplicate. Here's how it works. Step 1, document. You make a checklist. You already know how to do the thing. Now you just need to write down the steps exactly as you do it. You can also have other trusted observers watch you and document what you do. Bonus points if you record yourself doing the thing multiple ways and in multiple shifts. This way you can watch yourself as an observer rather than breaking your flow by pausing to take notes while you go. Once you've got everything put into a checklist, bust it out on your next work block and only follow those steps. Can you do an A+ job only following your directions exactly? If you can, you have the first draft of your checklist for the job. Step 2, demonstrate. You do it in front of them. Just like your parents taught you how to tie your shoes, you sit down and walk them through the checklist step by step. This may take a while depending on how many steps it takes to complete the thing. If they stop you or slow down to understand something, adjust your checklist for that. Now you have the second draft ready for them to try. Step 3, duplicate. They do it in front of you. Now it's their turn. They followed the same checklist you followed, except this time they're the one doing it and you're the one observing. We just want them to duplicate what we did. So if the checklist is right, the outcome will be the same. And if the checklist is off, you'll find out fast. Fix your checklist until it's right, then have them follow it until they get it right. And once they nail it, you now have a bona fide lead getter on your payroll. Congratulations. Pro tip, give short windows for people to prove themselves. Most entry-level advertising jobs aren't complex. It takes more grit than skill. If you train someone properly and they're still below expectations in 3 weeks, cut them. After you train your first few employees this way, you'll have worked out the kinks for that job and it's pretty much smooth sailing from there. At least the training part anyways. Think about it like this. If you vanish tomorrow, could a stranger get the results you get if they only followed your checklist? That's the level of clarity to shoot for. Some helpful notes on training. A helpful way to look at this training style is, if they get it wrong or get confused, then we got it wrong or made it confusing. If we have to explain what a step means, then the step is too complicated, or more likely, we try to put multiple steps into one. Next, if they only appear to get it after a longish explanation or multiple demonstrations, then, again, we've got some work to do. Business owners that ignore this run into chronic training problems, and word to the wise, you can probably force an inferior checklist to work, but this turns into a nightmare when somebody else takes over your training for you. Next, there is a difference between competence and performance. In other words, they can know exactly what to do and not be that good at it yet. And if that's the case, then your instructions are fine, they just need to practice. Using an analogy from the fitness world, think slow, then smooth, then fast. You don't need to change anything, they just need more reps. Next, focus on your employees' ability to follow directions more than whether they got the right result. This is super important because if you train your employees to follow directions, then they will follow directions. And if they follow directions and get the wrong result, then you know it's the directions. That's good. You have a lot more control over that. Next, every time they do a step successfully, let them know they did it right. And if they respond to praise, praise them. And if they goof, that's okay too. That's what training is for. Don't take over them when they mess up. Simply pause, take a step back, and let them try again. Fast feedback cycles get people to learn faster. If they follow your directions exactly and get the wrong result, still praise them for following the directions. Praise them, then make the corrections to your checklist on the spot. Avoid punishment or penalties of any type for doing the wrong stuff during training. As a rule of thumb, Reward the stuff you want them to do more of, and they'll do more of it. Learning a new skill is punishing enough. We don't need to add to it. It's hard to fix multiple things when you've never done something before. Get feedback one step at a time. Give one piece of feedback at a time. Practice until they get it right, then move on to the next step. Whenever there's a major dip from normal performance, retrain the team. They stop doing an important step in the process, often because they didn't know it was important. Once you figure out the step, reward people for following it going forward. How to calculate returns from lead getting employees. Excluding the cost of running paid ads, the cost of advertising, outreach and content, etc., with employees is almost entirely based on the amount of money you pay them to do it. We simplify this by comparing how much money we spend on payroll to how much money the engaged leads they bring in get. Total payroll divided by total engaged leads equals cost per lead. Example, $100,000 in payroll divided by 1,000 leads equals $100 per engaged lead. If 1 out of 10 engaged leads becomes a customer, then our CAC is $1,000. $100 per engaged lead times 10 engaged leads per customer equals $1,000 CAC. If each customer has an LTGP of 4,000, then you have an LTP to CAC of 4 to 1. 4,000 LTGP divided by $1,000 CAC equals 4 to 1. For example, at the time of this writing, I get about 30,000 leads per month at acquisition.com. I run no paid ads and do no outreach. But the team responsible for creating the content that generates that interest is about $100,000 per month. This means it costs me roughly $3.33 per engaged lead, 100,000 divided by 30,000 leads in payroll to generate them. We make much more than $3.33 per lead, so we're profitable. You can apply the same math to whatever advertising method you use. How to know which employees to focus on to maximize returns. Like we learned in Run Paid Ads Part 2, if your cost to get a customer is within 3x industry average, then you're doing good enough. From there, you focus on bumping your LTGP. If your CAC is more than 3x industry average, then you have a sales problem or an advertising problem. We diagnose this with a single question. Do my engaged leads have the problem I solve and the money to spend? If no, then they're not qualified. That's an advertising problem. If yes, then they're qualified and they're buying, but you don't have enough of them, which is an advertising problem. They're qualified but not buying, which is a sales problem. Don't fire your sales guy if you've got an advertising problem. And equally, don't fire your advertising employees if you've got a sales problem. That little question can help you identify which employees to focus on. But fundamentally, you just need to figure out all your costs of getting the customer put together. And as long as they're at least 1/3 of the profit you make over the lifetime, you're in good shape. Conclusion. The goal of this chapter was to shift your perspective. It's your job to advertise and sell the vision of your company. You advertise it publicly and privately to employees and customers alike. That's the job. And once you get good at it, you become unstoppable. I say this because I believe anyone can be taught to do ground level jobs for any business, advertising or otherwise. So who you pick is not as important as how you train the ones you do. Like I've said throughout the book, and will say again here, it doesn't take a genius to advertise. I'd even say it hurts. We've got plenty more iron wills than brainiacs anyways. Remember, this isn't about brains, it's about guts. And although some people might be born geniuses, nobody is born with an iron will. After all, we all come out crybabies. All this to say, having guts is a skill. And that means anyone can have guts if they learn how. So if you have an iron will, and as an entrepreneur you probably do, it won't take long for you to figure out that you got it from your life experiences. You can pass those experiences on as lessons to anyone who cares enough to listen. Then they can stand on your shoulders and have a better chance at succeeding in life. And you can't really know anything anyway until you train them well and give them a fighting chance to succeed out in the field. Plus, for low-level jobs, you'll never have a shortage of labor. Get picky when you have to make massive investments in hyper-specific multiple six-figure C-suite employees, etc., aka fancy employees. I find at this current stage, it's actually better use of time to hire, train, and anyone willing. Then, when you find winners, and with this method you will, treat them well, don't burn them out, and give them what they deserve. In the land of overflowing leads, you'll need allies. Employees are among the most powerful of these allies. We talked about how they make you wealthy, how they work, how getting them works, how to get them getting you leads, how to keep them getting you leads, and how to know they're doing a good job. And once you build a system for getting people who get you leads, doing the core 4 on your behalf, you just need to do more. Author note, a word on fancy employees. I explicitly left out recruiting director level and up employees because you can easily qualify for acquisition.com without them. And once you do become a portfolio company, we'll do it for you. The next lead getter. The next stop on our advertising journey leads us to agencies. Yes, you can pay people to shortcut your path. I have paid zillions of dollars to agencies, and I believe I finally cracked the code on how to create a win for all parties. For us, so we're not dependent on them forever. For them, so they can make more profit and provide more value to their customers. They've been key to many breakthroughs I've had, so you won't want to skip this next one. Free gift. Build or buy, the talent roadmap. The longer I do business, the more I ask who over what and how. This training may be one of the most tactical and important because no matter what you build, you're gonna need help. Since it's so important, I made a training outlining this content in more depth with some downloads, etc. You can watch it free at acquisition.com/training/leads. Hey, I hope you're enjoying the book chapter that you're listening to right now of $100 Million Leads. I took a long time putting it together for you. And so my only ask is that you just take a quick second and leave a review for the book on Amazon. It's the #1 way that people find books. And this is a way of getting more people into our world. And so our mission at acquisition.com is to make real business education accessible to everyone. And I need your help. And so if you could do that, just that one small action, it has a trade for the 2 years that I took putting this book together for you, it would mean the world to me. So thank you. Agencies, everything is for sale. Summer 2016. I wasn't a techie guy. I was a fitness guy who had learned a few marketing and sales tricks building my gyms. But now I had 5, and I was launching my 6th. It was time to level up. Facebook had just released some new features, retargeting, interest groups, pixels, etc. And I didn't understand any of it. I bought a few courses, but ended up more confused than when I started. I asked a few friends if they knew anyone who could help. got 2 referrals. Both were agencies. I was scared. I'd never used one before. I'd only ever heard horror stories about advertising agencies, mostly that they cost a ton and never work. But then I realized that even if they did work, I'd need them forever. They'd have my business by the balls. It turns out my expectations weren't far off. They offered to run my ads, all right, for an arm and a leg. Money I couldn't justify spending with my low margins. But then again, my advertising costs were killing me. And at this rate, in a few months, I wouldn't be able to keep my doors open. Stressful. I refused the first agent because I couldn't afford it at the time. The second call started going the same way. I began to panic. How am I going to fix this? In what felt like a last-ditch effort to stay in business, I asked the second agency owner for what I really wanted. Can you just show me in a few hours how you'd run my ads on my account? No, he fired back. My time's not for sale. Worried but still hopeful. What sort of arrangement could we come to? He thought for a moment. Then his eyebrows shot up and a smirk appeared. Fine, $7.50 an hour. Gulp. His intimidation tactic worked. But at least I knew his time was for sale, so I wanted to find out more. And for $7.50 an hour, you will sit down with me and show me how you would run my ads? Yes. And I'd be the one doing everything. Like, you'll walk me through what to do and look over my shoulder as I do it, and then you'll explain why you do it that way. Yeah. And you're confident you can make my ads more profitable and show me the more advanced stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, if you want to pay me $7.50 an hour, we can do whatever you want. It's your money. He said, half laughing. It sounded more like, it's your funeral. I paused. All right, I'll do it. We'll meet 1 hour a week. You give me homework, and I'll study between calls. Fair enough? Works for me. You got to pay the first 4 hours up front. So that's what I did. I placed a $3,000 bet on this guy's word that he knew what he was doing. Yikes. But every week thereafter, I showed up. And like a good student, I came with notes and questions ready. I also recorded and rewatched every call because I didn't want to miss anything. The first 2 calls, he took the wheel and I watched. Calls 3 and 4, he put me in the driver's seat. By calls 5 and 6, it clicked. I got how he made decisions and what data he tracked. At 7 and 8, I realized I didn't need his help anymore. I'd learned how to run paid ads, at least on Facebook, like a pro. And if I had to make a guess, it was because I learned it from a pro. In this chapter, we explore a not so obvious but much better way to use agencies to get more leads. Let's get cranking. How agencies want you to think they work. Advertising agencies are lead-getting service businesses. You pay them to run ads, do outreach, or package and distribute content. For example, let's say you want to post free video content, but you know nothing about making video content or how to distribute it. You need to learn how to pick video topics, record videos, edit videos, make thumbnail images, and write headlines. Or you need to hire people who do. Enter the agency. They say they've hired and trained people to do that stuff already. So they promise faster, better, and more cost-efficient results than you could get on your own. And as soon as I had enough money, it felt compelling enough. After my first experience with an agency that I mentioned earlier went quite well, I decided to use more. But my experience with the next 10 plus agencies was different because I used them, quote, the right way. Each went something like this. Step 1, they got me excited about all the new leads they would bring. Step 2, I'd go through an onboarding process that felt valuable, and sometimes was. Step 3, they assigned their best senior rep to my account. Step 4, I saw some results. Step 5, they moved my senior rep to the newest customer. Step 6, a junior rep starts managing my account. My results suffered. Step 7, I complained. Step 8, the senior rep would come back once in a while to make me feel better. Step 9, results still suffered. And I eventually canceled. Step 10, I'd search for another agency and repeat the cycle of insanity. Step 11, for the zillionth time, start wondering why I wasn't getting results like the first time. To be clear, like the introduction of this chapter shows, agencies can play a valuable role in business growth, but not the way they want you to. I don't want anyone else falling into the same trap. In fact, I hope all the money I wasted goes towards paying down your ignorance debt too. So keep reading. It's frankly ridiculous it took me so many years to figure this out that I actually used an agency the right way the first time. But now, after playing their game so many times, I feel I cracked the how to use an agency code. And it doesn't come from playing their game at all. It comes from playing a different one. And this chapter breaks it all down in 3 steps. Number 1, hiring an agency versus doing it yourself. 2, how I use agencies now and how you can too. 3, how to pick the right agency. Hiring an agency versus doing it yourself. First, let's get this out of the way. Good agencies cost money. So if you have no money, then agencies are out of the question. You got to learn through trial and error, and that's no big deal. We all start that way. But if you do have some money, I suggest using agencies for 2 things: learning new methods and learning new platforms. If I want to learn new ways to do content, outreach, or paid ads, then I hire agencies offering new ways to do them. They've already made the big mistakes. So instead of wasting time figuring it out myself, I skip straight to the make money part. I like the make money part. I also use agencies when I want to start advertising on a new platform I don't understand. I make money faster because they do the early setup and maintenance for me, and because I get them to teach me how to do it. Hiring an agency is all about investing in important skills you can't really learn anywhere else. That is, unless you go through all the trial and error to learn it yourself. And if you did, you lose the time and attention you could have used to learn other important stuff that scales your business. And scaling your business is the whole point. Action step. As soon as you have enough money for a good agency, start poking around. If you follow the rest of the steps in this chapter, you'll make it all back and then some. How I use agencies now and how you can too. I've become a little more sophisticated than the story I told at the beginning. Here's how I use agencies now. Rather than believe the lie, I'll never have to learn this stuff because they can do it, I start every agency relationship with a purpose and a deadline to fulfill it. I open by saying, I want to do what you do in my business, but I don't know how. I'd like to work with you for 6 months so I can learn how you do it. Plus, I'll pay extra for you to break down why you make the decisions you do and the steps you take to make them. Then, after I get a good idea of how it all works, I'll start training my team on it. And once they can do it well enough, I'd like to change to a lower cost consulting arrangement. This way, you can still help us if we run into problems. Are you opposed to this? In my experience, most agencies are not opposed to this. And if it doesn't work for them, that's perfectly fine. Just move on to the next agency. But before you start kicking everyone to the curb, be willing to negotiate. At some price, it's worth it for you both. Viva capitalism. This is how I use agencies now. Like when I wanted to learn YouTube, I actually hired 2 agencies. The first I hired to keep me committed to making videos while they did some legwork on the platform itself. The second I hired at 4 times the price to really teach us the in-depth ideas behind making the best content possible. And once our videos beat their videos, we dropped down to consulting only. I've used this method again and again. I hire one good enough agency to learn the ropes of a new platform. Then I hire a more elite agency to learn how to maximize it. And I cannot recommend this strategy enough. If you are upfront about your intentions and the agency agrees, you get the best of both worlds. You get better short-term results because they probably know more than you. And you get better long-term results because you learn how to do it yourself or your team learns to do it for you. You also spend the maximum amount of time with their best reps. Remember, you only get a fraction of the agency's attention. So results get worse whenever they get new clients. Meanwhile, your team gets better and better because they stay focused on you full time. So compare your team's results with the agency's until you beat them. Then cancel the relationship and put the money into scaling everything you just learned. Action step. When you find an agency to work with next step, set terms with them and deadlines for yourself. Use the template above as your guide and feel okay with negotiating a bit to make it work. Author note. Yes, there's a place for agencies. To be clear, I still own equity in an agency software, Allen, so I'm not against agencies. I just share how I've had the most success with them. Are there massive companies that use huge ad agencies? Sure. They're not who I'm writing this for. For most people, spending $10,000, $50,000, or $100,000 on an agency is a significant cost. So this is how I've gotten the best return from working with them. Also, some people never want to learn, and for those people, agencies are great. I personally always want to learn, which is why I use agencies this way. How to pick the right agency. After working with tons of bad agencies and a handful of good ones, I created a list of what all the good ones had in common. Now, this isn't the last word on what makes a good agency, but it is useful stuff that worked for me. Here's what I look for. 1. Somebody I know got good results working with them. If you only know about an agency from their paid ads or cold outreach, they probably aren't as good as the ones who rely solely on word of mouth, and the best ones do. 2. Prominent companies got good results working with them. I may not know the companies personally, but if I recognize them, that's a good sign. 3. A waiting list. When demand for service exceeds the supply, they're probably pretty good. 4. A clear sales process that makes a point to set realistic expectations. No funny business. 5. No short-term hacks. They keep the talk on long-term strategy. They also give clear timelines for setup, scaling, and results. 6. They tell me exactly what they need from me, when they need it, and how they use it. 7. They suggest a regular schedule of meetings and offer several ways to update me on their progress. 8. They give updates in simple terms and have clear ways to track so I know how costs compare with results. 9. They make a good offer. Dream outcome? What is the promise that I want? Perceived likelihood of achievement? How many other people like me have they gotten there? C. Time delay? How long will it take? D. Effort and sacrifice? What do they require from me to do when working with them? What will I have to give up? Can I stick with those for a long time? 10. They are expensive. All good agencies are expensive, but not all expensive agencies are good. So talk with as many as it takes, and use this list as a guide to find the good ones. If an agency checks those boxes, they're worth considering. Pro tip. Talk to more agencies to become a better customer. Being an informed customer helps everyone. So before you buy, get informed. Talk to 5 or 10 agencies to learn how they work. At first, you'll learn a bunch of new stuff, but over time, the difference between the better ones and the worst ones will become obvious. Now, you can make a more informed decision. If the agency doesn't meet my needs, but I like the people, I'll ask them to refer me to another agency. A good agency offering one specialty will send you to other good agencies who offer the one you want. Those are some of my favorite referrals. Action step. Even if an agency agrees to your terms, talk with a few more before you make a decision. Compare them with the checklist above, and then pick the best one for you. Conclusion. Even though this isn't the traditional agency model, both businesses benefit. They get a customer they otherwise wouldn't have, and we get a money-making skill for life. In the story at the beginning of the chapter, it cost me 8 hours and $6,000 to learn a skill that's made me millions. Does that seem worth it to you? It better. And to make this agency method work at scale, you have to count on a good amount of time where you pay the agency and your team to do the same stuff. You've got to give yourself some breathing room to get results from the agency, learn what they do, and train your team on it all at once. Yes, it costs a lot of money. And yes, it's totally worth it when you get it right. And get it right you can. After agencies put a low-level employee on my account for the millionth time, it finally clicked. This can't be that hard. At first, it took me about a year to get my team better than an agency. As I got better, it went down to 10 months, then 8, and now I've got it down. I can get my team as good or better than an agency in 6 months or less. And every time I want to learn a new method or platform, I repeat the process. The better you get, the cheaper it becomes, and the more money you make. Funny, that sounds a lot like advertising. Next steps. 1. Decide if using an agency makes sense for you right now. 2. Talk to a lot of agencies to get a feel for the market. Don't be cheap. 3. Use the agreement framework I outlined. 4. Set a clear deadline to force you and your team to learn the skills. 5. Use both teams until yours beats theirs regularly. 6. Switch to discounted consulting until you feel like you're teaching them instead of them teaching you, then cut them loose. Now that we know how to profit from the high-risk world of agencies, we explore the lead getter that's made me the most money. We recruit an army of businesses who can get us even more leads. Affiliates. Free gift. The technology we built would work. I had no idea if payouts would happen on time. I had no idea if our warehouse would mess up orders. But I did know over a year of preparation went into this launch. We put everything we had into creating a top-tier product. We spent over $1 million custom building affiliate software and training. And we bought $3 million of inventory for sales that may never happen. It took every business skill I had to make Prestige Labs real. And in just a few hours, we would roll it out to our gym owner affiliates. I felt like a kid on Christmas Eve. And if it didn't work, it wouldn't be for lack of effort. Author note. The Game Podcast, episode 98, titled I Remember. If you want to go back in time, you can hear young me talk about my thoughts and concerns the night before the launch. You can be right there with me. It's episode 98 on my podcast, The Game, with Alex Ramosi. I titled it, I Remember. This is before I knew the success it would become. To find it, just go wherever you listen to podcasts. It'll come up. Launch day. I finished the 2-hour presentation soaked in sweat. It's done. I sold the opportunity to sell my supplement line at their gym. I would train the new affiliates to promote Prestige Labs at their gyms. So for this to work, they would have to go through the training and use it. But if they did, everyone would profit. I had no idea if it would work. 3 weeks later, we made $150,000 in total sales. Meanwhile, $3 million of the product sat in an air-conditioned warehouse. It didn't work. At this rate, including operating costs and affiliate payouts, it would take 5 years to break even. Even if we could stick it out, our premium product would expire well before then. We were all but screwed. I felt miserable. It was terrible. Who am I to think we would sell all that stuff? I just wasted millions. How could I be so stupid? But on the 4th week, something wild happened. Boom, $100,000 on a Monday. Boom, $110,000 on a Tuesday. Boom, $92,000 on a Wednesday. We did over $450,000 in sales the 4th week alone. The trend continued. 429,000, 383,000, 411,000, 452,000. We averaged more than 300 orders per day across 400 plus active affiliates. Orders just kept coming in. Check out the snapshot of our internal report below. It shows from left to right revenue by week. I couldn't believe the results. Sometimes I still can't. For everyone listening, it was 429, 383, 411, 404, 452 in terms of revenue per week through this launch. The best part is I didn't advertise or sell any of the products at all. No paid ads, no sales teams, nothing. The affiliates did everything, and the affiliate machine I built still prints money to this day. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, hang tight, because I'm going to show you exactly how I built it. How affiliates work. An affiliate is a lead getter. They are an independent business that tells their audience to buy your stuff. Affiliates seem like referrals on the outside, but are much different under the hood. First, they have their own business and do their own advertising. Second, they agree to offer your stuff to their engaged leads in exchange for money, free stuff, or both. Now, you get affiliates by advertising and then making them offers just like you would customers. But affiliates demand a unique type of offer. Instead of offering your product, you offer a fast, simple, and easy way to make commissions promoting it. And that can mean literally millions of engaged leads to your business. So this makes affiliates one of the highest leverage lead getters out there. Why you want an affiliate army? Each affiliate you get adds another stream of leads and customers. So recruiting, activating, and then integrating with an army of affiliates causes crazy scaling fast. That's good. We want that. Compare these two scenarios. Scenario number 1, you sell 10 customers per month worth $10,000 each. Your business caps at $100,000 per month. In 12 months, you've made $1.2 million. Assuming no other advertising, your business plateaus. Low leverage. Scenario 2, for the same effort, you sell 10 affiliates per month. Each month, those affiliates bring one of those $10,000 customers. Now, every single month, you add an extra $100,000 in revenue. In 12 months, you've made $7.8 million. And it grows every month thereafter. Same work, more money, high leverage. Let's use Alan, my software company I grew with affiliates, to show how this works in the real world. Alan grew with 3 levels of affiliates. Agency super affiliates who brought agency leads, agencies who brought local business leads, local businesses who brought in end consumer leads. One super affiliate added 10 agencies per month. The 10 agencies brought in a combined 50 or so local businesses per month. Those local businesses brought in a combined 2,500 leads per month. Alan worked those leads for about $5 a pop, a cool $12,500 per month. But it didn't stop there. Each super affiliate brought in more agencies, who brought in more local businesses, who brought in more leads every month after that. So every super affiliate we signed on brought in $12,500 the first month, $25,000 the second month, $37,500 the third, and so on. With only a few agency super affiliates, we scaled to $1.7 million per month within 6 months of launching. That's why you want an affiliate army. So let's build one. How to build an affiliate army in 6 steps. Affiliates are among the most advanced way to get leads. First, you have to convince them to advertise someone else's stuff. Second, you have to convince them to advertise your stuff. Third, you have to keep them advertising to make them a long-term lead source. It seems like a lot, and it is, but I have good news. I built 2 companies with affiliates, Alan and Prestige Labs. Together, they've done more than $75 million in revenue from 5,000 affiliates. And the affiliate strategies I share work for me, so they can work for you. I'll break down each step. Step 1, find your ideal affiliates. Step 2, make them an offer. Step 3, qualify them. Step 4, figure out what to pay them. Step 5, get them advertising. Step 6, keep them advertising. That's it. Let's dive in. Step 1, find your ideal affiliate. The ideal affiliate has a business with a warm audience full of people like your customers. Start making a list of those businesses. If none come to mind, answer these questions about your best customers. What do they buy? Who provides that stuff? Where do they go? What businesses are in those surrounding areas? What do they like to do? Who provides those services? If direct to consumer, the employees of your consumers could also make great affiliates. affiliates. What type of businesses do they? Who's got my leads? For example, when I started Allen, agency owners were my ideal affiliate. So I made a list of 200 products and services for agencies and the businesses that deliver them. After a little bit of work, I realized they fit pretty neatly into categories: softwares, products, equipment, services, groups they belong to, and events they attended. Every time I create a new affiliate hit list, I start with these categories. Note, if you find a business that falls into multiple categories, there's a high chance they've got a lot of good leads for you. Now that I know the businesses that had my leads, I knew exactly where to put my advertising efforts. It wasn't fancy, so don't overthink it. Action step: make a sheet with each of the questions and categories. Search online to fill it in. If you struggle, call up your customers and ask them. End result: create a lead list of your highest potential affiliates. Step 2, make them an offer. We make the affiliate offer and advertise it the same way we would any other offer. We call out our audience, show our value elements, then call them to action. But affiliates will only sign up if we give them a strong reason. Thankfully, it's pretty simple. Since affiliates are businesses, or start businesses by signing up, you offer them a new way to make money. We'll start with the call out. Call out. Call outs for potential affiliates often include the affiliate business owners themselves, aka attention spot owners. The affiliate's customers, aka do you work with busy professionals who spend all day in meetings? Results the affiliate business's promise, aka to the heroes who heal the stress of others. Products and services the affiliates deliver. If you sell lotions or scented oils, this is for you. To our own customers, do you know anyone who owns a spa? Now that we can grab a potential affiliate's attention, let's make it worth their while. Elements of value. There's an unlimited number of ways to show value, but all money-making offers follow a similar structure. That's good news. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Most affiliate money-making offers show value like this: make more money from your current customers and get more leads than your current offer. Dream outcome. With a high chance of working since your customers already want the product. Perceived likelihood of achievement. Without needing to build, deliver, or provide customer support for the product itself. Effort and sacrifice. So you can start selling it tomorrow. Time delay. Action step: explore the different value elements and fill in the blanks. I won't go deeper on this since we've covered it already. You simply need to make affiliates the customer you're advertising to. Now that we've got the potential affiliates interested in our offer, let's qualify them. Step 3, qualify them. Potential affiliates become actual affiliates when they understand and agree to your terms. And just like customers, we want to get them their first win as fast as possible. So we set up our terms to force them to win as fast as possible. I do that by getting them to invest. I prefer they invest their time, their money, and in the product itself. Any can work, but 9 times out of 10, if they pay, they'll pay attention. Here are the 2 ways I get my affiliates invested and winning. Make them a customer and make them an expert. Let's dive into each. Way number 1, make them a customer. Make them buy and preferably use the product to keep affiliate status. This is the lowest barrier investment that's worked for me. I found the more money an affiliate invests in your product, the more money they make. This should make sense. If they don't believe in your stuff enough to buy it, they probably shouldn't sell it. You can tell them I said so. Pro tip: bulk purchases. If you need to make more money per affiliate, you can require them to buy it in bulk. This was huge for Prestige Labs' affiliate success. Once they bought a big package up front, they started following through and winning more. The bigger investment also made them and us more money. If you have physical products, then try bulk purchases. If your company has a line of products like Prestige Labs does, then toy around with different big bundles. Here's how you phrase the offer. So you want anything extra, or you just want the minimum order? By presenting a minimum purchase, they will at least buy that. And more often than you think, they'll buy more than the minimum. Bada boom. Way number 2, make them an expert. I make them pay for the onboarding and training that certifies them as a product expert. If you have them buy a product to become an affiliate, you can have them use that as a credit towards certification. As in, the certification comes with the products they bought. Now, aside from actually making the affiliate useful, certifying them does 2 things. First, it covers the cost of advertising. Second, it means I can afford proper onboarding and training of every single affiliate. How much do I charge? I recommend 10 to 20% of what the average affiliate makes in the first 12 months. So if your average affiliate makes $40,000 per year selling your stuff, then charge $4,000 to $8,000 to onboard and trade them. Too low and you won't get them invested. Too high and you won't get enough affiliates. I found 10 to 20% maximizes the number of people who become active affiliates. If you're just getting started and have physical products, then use the bulk purchasing strategy from the pro tip. Otherwise, you can use the strategy from Warm Reach Out chapter and raise the minimum investment every 5 signups until you hit the sweet spot. Action step: make your affiliates customers, experts, or both, which is my favorite way. If you don't get enough people to start, lower the commitment. If you don't get enough people to follow through, raise it. Step 4, figure out what to pay them. The first biggest problem to solve with affiliates is getting them bought in. But the second biggest problem is how to keep them bought in. And no matter how you slice it, keeping your affiliates bought in depends on how you reward them for advertising your stuff. I prefer to reward people that do things I like with money and free stuff, especially if they make me money first. So let's talk about that. When I figure out ways to pay affiliates, I look at two basic things. One, what they get paid for. Two, how much they get paid. Number one, what they get paid for. Before I do any affiliate payout money math, I ask myself a simple question. What exactly do I want the affiliate to do? Once I figured that out, that is what I pay them for. Then, more often than not, how much they get paid and how often they get paid nearly solve themselves. I pay affiliates for two basic things, new customers and repeat customers. Over time, if you track your metrics better, you can pay them for steps before someone becomes a customer, like for lead magnets downloaded, appointment set, or anything else you know reliably turns into sales for you. Number two, how much they get paid. I suggest paying affiliates based on your maximum allowable cost to acquire a customer. For example, choosing your maximum allowable CAC. Let's say we sell a single-use product for $200 and it costs $40 to fulfill. This gives us $160 to pay the affiliate and run the business. If we want an LGP to CAC ratio of 3-to-1, then 3 parts go to the business, $120, and 1 part, $40, goes to the affiliate. This means we will pay up to $40 for an affiliate to get a new customer. But here's where things get interesting. I used to give away the farm, the whole CAC. I suppose I still do, but I got pickier about who I give it to. Not all affiliates are created equal, so I suggest having a 3-tier payout structure. Using the example above, with a $40 maximum allowable CAC, a 3-tier payout structure might look something like this. Tier 1, 25% CAC, equals $10 payout. Anyone who agrees to my initial terms would qualify. Example, they sign up and buy products or certification. Tier 2, 50% CAC, equals $20 payout once they activate. Example, actually finishing the certification they bought, doing a specific number of posts and outreach, doing a launch, etc. This gives a nice reward, twice the pay, for activating. Tier 3, 100% of CAC, equals a $40 payout. They qualify for this once they sustain a certain level of performance. Example, they maintain 5 customers per month on subscription. This tiered method also has a hidden and very profitable side effect. The average payout is much less than your maximum allowable CAC. This means if we leave the maximum payouts for top affiliates, then we get to keep the leftover profit from the others. We can use the leftover money to run huge contests, advertise to get more affiliates, incentivize rising stars, etc. Or, I suppose, we can just plain pocket it. For example, if 20% of sales come from Tier 1, 20% from Tier 2, and 60% from Tier 3, your blended payout is $30 instead of your maximum allowable CAC of $40. This means your LTGP to CAC ratio just went from 3-to-1 to 4-to-1. And often, cutting marketing costs by 33% can translate into a 10 to 20% increase in net profit at the end of the year. A massive jump.
Dude,
Pro tip,
some
pay
complication.
with product if possible. Sell 3, get it free. Everyone likes free stuff, often more than what it would cost them to get it. Rewarding performance with product is a cheap and effective way to keep them winning. They value it at retail, but it only costs you your cost. A nice arbitrage of value. Set sales tiers and bonus your affiliate with product or credit toward the retail cost. At lower tiers, you can even compensate exclusively with free stuff. For example, if your affiliate sends you tons of massage clients, it's totally acceptable to reward your affiliates with free massages. At low volume, a massage is often worth more to them than sending them a check for $30, your cost. But as affiliates send you more customers, they'll usually opt for more money. After all, cashing in 100 massages becomes unrealistic. At Prestige Labs, I offered anyone who sold more than 3 packages per month a free $200 bundle of their choosing. This also made every affiliate a sponsored athlete. They got free products for life as long as they kept 3 clients per month buying. I called it sell 3 to get it free. Action step. Figure out what you want to pay affiliates for so that you can plan out how much to pay them, with what, and how often. Step 5. Get them advertising. Launch. Like referrers, how much value affiliates get from you determines how much they advertise your stuff. So treat them like customers. Give them something good, fast, and nothing does that for affiliates like big launches and lots of cash. Here's how launches work. Affiliates advertise your lead magnet or core offer to their audience before they can buy it. They post, they do warm reach outs, they run paid ads, they may even do cold outreach. They do as much advertising as they can until the day of the launch. When the product is available, they sell to all the engaged leads they assembled. Some sell one-to-one, some pitch the whole group, and others simply make the product available. So if you're going to do launches to activate affiliates, which you should, you may as well do them right. I use the Whisper Tea Shop method. I can't remember where I first heard this, but the name stuck. Let's launch. Hey, I hope you're enjoying the book chapter that you're listening to right now of $100 Million Leads. I took a long time putting it together for you. And so my only ask is that you just take a quick second and leave a review for the book on Amazon. It's the #1 way that people find books. And this is a way of getting more people into our world. And so our mission at acquisition.com is to make real business education accessible to everyone. And I need your help. And so if you could do that, just that one small action, and it has a trade for the 2 years that I took putting this book together for you, it would mean the world to me. So thank you. Before we get launching, remember, good launches have the work done ahead of time. So do all the work for them. Then they can plug and play. Let's break down each launch phase. And I'll give an example of my book launch to drive each point home. Note, this is how you launch anything, not just affiliates. I put it in the affiliate section because I haven't found a better way to activate affiliates than launches. Whisper, think callouts. Like an ad, the key to the whisper phase is curiosity. Keep the product itself mysterious and hint at how big of a deal it is. Keep whispers short. And bonus points if you show behind the scenes of making your product. If you have something in the works, you can start the whisper phase a few years out. The further out you start whispering, the bigger deal it becomes to your audience. We start this early because the longer something appears to take, the more an audience will value it. For example, all other things being equal, an audience will value a product that took 10 years to make more than one that took 10 days. So, show your work. Remember, curiosity comes from wanting to know what happens next, so embed questions about the product in their minds. We need to tell them about something they want to know more about, and then say, not yet. For example, during the whisper phase of my book launch, I posted content, reached out to friends, emailed my list, told potential affiliates about major updates to the book. I showed what draft I was on, I took pictures behind the scenes of me printing out drafts, I showed them many versions of the frameworks I drew, I shared videos of myself editing the book clearly in the early morning and late at night, etc. All that made people who want to get leads get curious and pay attention. Action step. Start whispering every 4 to 6 weeks until you get 60 days out. Then whisper every 2 to 3 weeks until you get 30 days out. Then start teasing. Tease. Think elements of value. It's time to start satisfying all the curiosity you created during the whisper phase. Reveal your product, make the date of the launch public, and start showing the elements of value. Use the what, who, when framework from the paid ads chapter. For example, during my book launch, the tease phase, I was more specific and revealed more hard information about the book. I started advertising how the book satisfied the dream of limitless leads, of doing less work, and getting it done faster than they could imagine. I also showed dozens of examples using the book to its potential. Action step. Start teasing once per week until 14 days out. Then tease twice per week until 3 days out. 3 days out is time to shout from the rooftops. Shout. Think call to action. Give specific actions for the audience to take when the product launches. Now you start pounding the audience with bonuses, scarcity, urgency, and guarantees around being the first ones. You shout to get as many people exposed to your offer as you can. For example, during my book launch, the shout phase, I gave specific calls to action. Short, sweet, clear reminders to register for the book launch. I reminded everyone of the exclusive bonuses only for people who bought during the launch. Action step. Shout at least twice a day, starting 3 days out. On the day of, start shouting every few hours until 2 hours out. Then, shout every 30 minutes until you launch the product. Pro tip, movie releases. The best real-world example of whisper T shout is movie releases. They do 5-second trailers a year out, then 30-second trailers 90 days out, then longer trailers as the date approaches. They drive curiosity, then interest, then action. Action step. Get your affiliates to launch. Set them up with everything they need to whisper tease shout right. They do the advertising, you get the engaged leads, everyone gets paid. Step 6, keep them advertising. The strategy we use to start them advertising differs from the one that we use to keep them advertising. In an ideal world, you sell an affiliate once, and they send engaged leads for life. Integration gets us there. I've got 3 ways you can integrate your product into their offer. I order these from easiest to hardest. First, you can get them to give away your lead magnet with every purchase of their stuff. Second, you can get them to sell your lead magnet separately to their audience. Third, you can get them to directly sell your core offer. Number 1, they give away your lead magnet for free, which makes their core offer more valuable for no extra cost. Then you upsell your core offer and every offer thereafter. Number 1, affiliates give your lead magnet away when somebody buys their stuff. The idea here is for your lead magnet to make the affiliate's offer more valuable. This allows them to charge more for it and get more leads than they could without it. Remember, the best lead magnets give away a free trial or sample of your thing, reveal a problem, or offer a single step of a multi-step solution. Here are examples of each. Samples and trials. Say I sell massages and recruit the personal training studio next door as an affiliate. Now, everyone who buys personal training from them gets a free massage from me. The personal training studio now has a stronger offer they can charge more for, and we get more massage leads. Everybody wins. Reveal a problem. Instead of giving a free massage, we offer a free or discounted posture assessment with every training package they sell. Assessments and discounts add less value to the affiliate's offer, but some people will still do it. And to be clear, after assessing the customer, you make them an offer to solve the problem you revealed. One step and a multi-step process. Say you have a 3-part treatment plan: massage, stretching, and adjustments. People get enough value from one step, they fear missing out on the rest of the steps. So the more they think the other steps will help them solve their larger problem, the more likely they are to buy them. What I did, products at the consult. They can market that they have nutrition consults included to get more leads, and they could charge more for the added value. And we would get the opportunity to sell those leads. Everybody won. Pro tip, white label lead magnets. One of my favorite strategies is to let them use the lead magnets I've already made for my audience for theirs. Just make sure your affiliates agree with how you give value and understand your call to action. At most, a few tweaks in copy will make your lead magnet work for them. For example, for gyms, I made white labeled no logo, meal plans, grocery lists, food prep instructions, etc. I gave them to the gyms to use as lead magnets for their customers. All they had to do was slap their logo on it, and boom, their audience got to benefit from all my work instantly. And we both got more leads. 2, they sell their core offer, then they upsell your lead magnet. Then you upsell your core offer and every offer thereafter. Affiliates sell your lead magnet. Basically, the affiliate can sell anything of yours that turns their customers into your customers. It could be a book, an event, a service, a software, a sample product, etc. Also, giving affiliates all the cash from selling lead magnet that you fulfill becomes all profit and no work for them, an attractive proposition for any business. Your money comes by selling your main thing for more than it costs you to deliver your lead magnet. And if you do it this way, you don't need to split any money with them on your core offer. Another win-win. Example, they sell each of those things we gave away for free in the step above. They sell your massage at a discounted price. They sell your assessment, which you could do one-on-one or in a group format like a workshop. They sell part 1 of your multi-step solution. What I did. The gyms would sell a nutrition consult with us and keep the money. They'd maybe charge $99 or $199 to sell an hour of our time. If we were clever, we let them keep all the money. If we do, they'll send even more leads. Then we'd upsell our products during the consult. 3, they sell their core offer, which is the same as your core offer. You upsell more stuff from there. Then you split the money. Either you split the upfront cash, all the cash for a certain period of time, or all the cash forever. I prefer to pay forever so my affiliates stay motivated to keep my customer forever. And I never cap payouts. Number 3, affiliates sell your core offer. An affiliate sells your core offer directly to their customers and adds another source of income without extra work. For some affiliates, this is their entire source of income. Many companies offer this structure as either a new business opportunity or a bolt-on to the affiliate's existing business. Either way, anything you sell, they can sell. When you do it this way, the affiliate will get a higher percentage of your lifetime gross profit, but you won't have to do anything but deliver. Example, they sell your entire massage package. They sell your entire program or services. They bundle their services with your paid services and charge an even higher price. What I did. We taught gyms to hold nutrition consultations with white label products. We then taught them to upsell our supplements right to their members, and we split the money. All 3 strategies work. They're just different. After testing, we continue to do strategy 1 twice per year as a big event and strategy 3 on an ongoing basis. That being said, many similar businesses in our portfolio use strategy 2. I'm just sharing what worked for us. Bottom line, integration is the long-term strategy for using affiliates to get enduring lead flow. Treat affiliates like customers. Make your offer make sense for their business. Make it so good, they'd feel stupid saying no. Action step. Integrate with your affiliates by choosing whether you want them to give away your lead magnet, to sell your lead magnet, or to sell your core offer directly. Those are the 6 steps to recruiting an affiliate army. Now that we covered that, let me give you 3 real-life case studies to drive this home. 3 case studies you can model. Service business case study number 1, National Tax Preparation Services. My friend's $50 million business prepares LLCs, bank accounts, and articles of incorporation. He focuses on people starting businesses for the first time, but he doesn't try to compete with LegalZoom. Instead, he built it partnering with people who train new entrepreneurs. His strategy is simple. Help those people sell more of their stuff by also selling his stuff. So he offers every affiliate's customer a free LLC setup. Remember learning about the high-cost lead magnet from Section 2? This is one of those. Launch. He does a big blast-off seminar to his affiliates' audience to kick things off. People happily take him up on his free LLC offer. That's his lead magnet. Integrate. Once affiliates see the success of this launch, they integrate his lead magnet into their core offer. Then my friend's team gets on the phone with the customers his affiliates bring him for free. Here's how he makes his money. He sells them what they'll need next. The services they'll need to start their business, bookkeeping, tax prep, etc. He hasn't spent $1 on paid ads. His true advertising costs are two things. One, delivering his free lead magnet, the LLC setup, and two, paying a percentage of every first sale to the affiliates that sent them. That's it. And everybody wins. Physical products case study number 2. Prestige Labs, my supplement company. We sell gym owners at gym launch and train them how to advertise and sell their gym memberships. Prestige Labs has a line of supplements for active adults. This makes Gym Launch a perfect affiliate for Prestige Labs. It's a community of gym owners that also have active adult customers. So when Gym Launch sells a new gym owner, they introduce the gym owners to Prestige Labs. Then Prestige Labs team follows the launch then integrate strategy above. We really do this. Launch. We give the gym owners advertising materials so they can re-engage their current and former customers. We focus on warm outreach and posting content for a free 28-day challenge. When they come in for the free challenge, the gym owner sells them supplements to use with the program. The gym owner gets more customers, they make money, we make money, everyone wins. Integrate. After the launch, we teach them to sell supplements to every new gym member. So when new clients buy a membership package, the gym owner sets up a nutrition orientation. At the nutrition orientation, the gym owner sells them $50 to $1,000 of supplements. So if a gym signs up 20 clients per month and gets 70% of them to buy supplements, we get 14 new customers per month per gym. It doesn't sound like much, but when you multiply 4,000 gyms times 14 new sales per month times $200 average order, it equals a lot of money every month. Local business case study number 3, chiropractors. Chiropractors want new patients, and a portfolio company of ours teaches them to use an affiliate strategy to get them. Their model is simple. Go to high volume businesses that have people that are in need of adjustments. A gym fits the bill nicely. Here's what they do. Launch. They get the gym owner to promote a 3-hour workshop where they show correct exercises and posture to get more from their workouts. The gym owner promotes the workshop for free or sells the workshop for $29 to $99 a person. The chiropractor splits the money with the gym owner. Hint, if you give the affiliate, the gym owner in this case, 100% of the money, they'll want to do it more. So if a gym owner gets 30 people to show up for $99, they make $2,970 of profit for zero work besides a few emails and posts. At the workshop, the chiropractor soft pitches their services and gets a bucket of new patients. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Integrate. Long term, the chiropractor convinces the gym owner to include 1 to 2 adjustments with every new membership the gym signs up. This increases the value of the gym membership compared to the guy down the street. And it shows the gym prioritizes its members' health and safety, a big concern for beginners. Win-win. Now, every new gym member becomes a lead for the chiropractor to follow up with. They repeat this process with 30 gyms and get more patients than they can handle. Pro tip. Employees are leads too. Companies that hire a lot of people make great affiliates. This is huge for direct-to-consumer businesses and wildly underused. Example, every new hire at a company gets a free massage in their new employee packet. Or you can give free massages to their employees at lunch. It's free, it's easy, and lots of companies want to provide more value to their teams. They get free value, you get free leads, and since they're probably not in the same business as you, there's no risk of you, quote, competing with theirs. So employers can be among the easiest affiliates to integrate with. Cost and returns. Affiliates can't work for my business, the loser said. I have to make affiliates work for my business, the winner said. Be a winner. When calculating returns with other methods, we compared lifetime gross profit, LTGP, with cost to acquire customer, CAC. So we spend money to get customers, and the customers in a profitable business give us more money back. Affiliates work differently. We spend money to get affiliates, sure. We don't really make much back from affiliates themselves. Instead, the money we spend to get an affiliate comes back from the customers they bring us. So to calculate returns, we compare how much it costs us to get an affiliate with the gross profit of all the customers they send to our business. Example, let's say we own a widget company that grows with affiliates. It costs us $4,000 in advertising to get an affiliate, so CAC equals $4,000. Our average affiliate sells $10,000 in widgets per month and stays for 12 months. $10,000 per month times 12 months equals $120,000 in total sales. The widgets have a 75% gross margin. In other words, they cost 25% of retail price to make. So $120,000 in total sales times 25% of total cost of goods equals $30,000 total cost of goods. Now we take the $120,000 total sales minus $30,000 total cost of goods equals $90,000 in gross profit from all the customers the affiliate brings. we pay the affiliate 40% of gross profit. So $90,000 of gross profit times 40% payout equals $36,000 to the affiliate as payment. Here's the gross profit we have left over after cost of goods and payouts. $120,000 total minus $30,000 cost of goods minus $36,000 payout equals $54,000 left over. So let's find out our affiliate LTGP to CAC ratio. $54,000 of gross profit left divided by $4,000 to get an affiliate, 12.5 to 1. Not too shabby. If you recall from earlier, we need at least 3 to 1 to have a decent business. Like the example, we want the ratio to be even higher than that, 5 to 1, 10 to 1 plus. Now, if we had these numbers, we'd just do more. But if your actual LTGP to CAC is less than 3, here are 3 ways to improve it. Number 1, lower CAC. We get affiliates for less by improving our ads, offer, and sales process. 2, increase LTGP and decrease CAC. Get more to activate by creating a launch process. 3, increase LTGP. We make them worth more by improving our integration process long term. With affiliates, you have at least 2 layers of customers, your customers and the people who get you customers. And if you've got super affiliates, you add a third, the people who get you customers. This adds complexity, but if you can manage it, it's worth it. Now that you understand how to use affiliates to advertise and how to make them more profitable, let's bring it all home. Conclusion. Like referrals, affiliates aren't an advertising method you can do. They're people who advertise your stuff to benefit you both. You do the core 4 to get them, and if you want them to love you, then you treat them like customers. Because in a lot of the ways, they are. And if you deliver more value to them than it costs to get them, especially hidden costs, they'll get you more leads than you can handle. And like we learned earlier, there are 2 ways to create a compounding business. You can find more people that never stop buying your stuff, or you can find more people who never stop selling it for you. Referrals are the former, affiliates are the latter. In theory, once you build an affiliate army, you never need to advertise again. They keep getting you leads month after month. The main reason, it makes sense for them. The way you do business, your leadership, the value of your product all comes into play. You are only as good as the goodwill you have with your affiliate partners. Arrange it right, and you should both be better off in the relationship. And they should be able to spend more to acquire customers through a more compelling offer, higher profits, or both. In return, you get more engaged leads. So why doesn't everyone do this? They don't know it's possible. They don't know how, or they don't want to. Simple as that. Hopefully, we solved all 3 of those issues at once. Remember, advertising always works, it's only a matter of efficiency. So once you start, keep going until it works. Action step, advertise your affiliate offer until you get 10 to 20 affiliates. Get results with those affiliates and use their feedback to work the kinks out of your offer, terms, launches, and integration strategy. Then, scale like crazy by turning their results into your first batch of affiliate lead magnets. Free gift, build your affiliate army bonus. As you can see, I'm a big fan of building affiliate programs when they're done right. To help you do it right on your first try, I made an in-depth video training for you. You can get it free at acquisition.com/training/leads. Enjoy. Section 4, conclusion. Get lead getters. The last skill you ever need to learn is how to get other people to do everything you need for you. We do the core 4 to get engaged leads. Warm outreach, post content, cold outreach, and paid ads. And we use them to get 2 types of engaged leads. The ones that become customers, or the ones we turn into lead getters. Lead getters come in 4 flavors: referrers, employees, agencies, and affiliates. Each have key strengths. Customer referrals have the biggest potential for low-cost exponential growth. Employees have your direct influence and run your business on your behalf. Agencies teach skills you keep forever and can transfer to your team. Affiliates, once you get them going, can operate entirely on their own. You can either do the advertising or other people can, and there are more, quote, other people than there are of you. You get more leads for the work you do when you have help. So, if you want to get a ton of leads, this is the way. Maybe your head is officially spinning. Now that you understand these advertising methods, you see leads everywhere you look. We have so many ways to grow, and you'd be right, but you don't know which one to focus on. Any or all of these lead methods can underpin a successful lead getting strategy, and I put them in the order of what happens naturally. If you start on your own, you tend to get your first referrals before you start building a big team. And when you start building a big team, employees, you'll probably start looking for professionals to help, agencies. And only when a business owner has a handle on managing people inside of their business do they need to get the guts to try and manage people outside of their business, affiliates. In any case, you have to forget the idea that everything is going to work out the first time. If you think you're going to become a millionaire the first year you go out on your own, you're probably wrong. It's very unlikely. And an obsession with getting rich quick will likely ensure it never happens. People try shortcuts for a decade until they realize they should have picked a strategy and stuck with it for a decade. If you do that, success is inevitable. Once you find something that works for you, stick with what you pick. Those are the best words of encouragement I can offer. The longer you play the game, the better you will get and the more success you will have. Just don't quit or switch methods after seeing a few losses. It's normal to lose in the beginning. In fact, I expect to crack a new lead source in 3 to 6 months, and this isn't my first rodeo. So if your expectations are faster than that, do you think your expectations are reasonable? We covered a lot here. This section was how you scale. You get other people to help you. They are the missing link. Each has their own strategy and best practices. Use what applies to you now. This leads us to section 5, get started. I want to put everything together for you in a nice bow so you know exactly what to do next. Together, we'll eliminate leads as the bottleneck in your business forever. Onwards. That concludes the second to last episode of the $100 Million Leads podcast.
Last chapter. Let's see.
We wrap up today the $100 Million Leads Special Edition podcast episodes we have on the game. I hope you've enjoyed this journey with me. I can tell you that this took me over 2,000 hours of work to put together over 2 years. My editors put another 1,500 hours into the book.
So you have two grown men who spent almost 2 years of their lives, or 3 years of their lives, putting this one thing together for you to hopefully serve you in a way that really transforms your business. I've asked before, but if you've ignored it, then this is my sincere ask. It would mean the world to me if you left this book a review on Amazon where new people can find it, or if you leave a review on this podcast as the very least so more people can find it. And even the tiny action of just saying like, hey, I'm going to send this episode, and just send the first one of this book series to a friend. I think it could change someone else's life, and it would introduce more people to this content. I made it free so that there wouldn't be a barrier for anyone who's in a hard spot. And so that's my ask. Hope you enjoy.
Section 5. Get started. It's not the end, it's not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Winston Churchill. June 2017. 3 months after we lost it all again and switched gym launch to licensing.
All right, we're gonna write our review, guys. Alex Hormozy is one of the greatest authors inside of the realm of business. His work has exceeded far my expectations and has increased the limits of my understanding in the world of business. His books are more than just a book. Honestly, they're worth a lot more than a whole master's degree and 4 years at Harvard Business School or wherever you decide to go. His books are full with real, true, tried, tactical pieces of advice that he has learned and earned through many years of playing business. He holds nothing back and shares the best of what has worked for him. Thank you, Alex, and God bless. Alex Hormozy, let's see if this is good, guys. Alex Hormozy is one of the greatest authors inside of the realm of business. His work has exceeded far my expectation and has increased the limits of my understanding in the world of business. His books are more than just a buck. More than just a buck. More than just a... His books are more than just a book. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense. Whatever. Honestly, they're worth a lot more than a whole master's degree in 4 years at Harvard Business School or wherever you decide to go. His books are full with real, true, tried tactical practice advice that he has learned and earned through many years of playing business. He holds nothing back and shares the best of what has worked for him. Thank you, Alex, and God bless.
Hey Layla, what do you make of this? I asked. What's up? I gave her my phone. Mr. and Mrs. Hormozy, we cordially invite you to a private event for entrepreneurs earning 8 figures and up. Let me know if you're interested. Seems cool, she said. But we're not making 8 figures. I pretended not to hear her. You want to go? Sure. Is it included in our mentorship dues? One sec, I'll ask. An email response came a moment later. No, this is an additional fee. It's a 2-day event limited to 10 people at a private resort. Nope, I said. Huh. Can we afford to go? Ouch. Who cares? Can't afford not to go. 10 days, a long flight, and a short drive later, we made it. The Cool Kids meetup. I had one goal, to add as much value as I could to everyone else in the room. But the moment I walked in, I knew I was out of my league. I recognized almost everyone there. They were famous in the advertising world. They all spoke at huge events, signed autographs, made millions. Then there was me. I wasn't an 8-figure entrepreneur. I was a kid from Baltimore just paying to breathe everyone else's air. Once everyone settled, we had a short housekeeping discussion and then got down to business. This way of doing things was a sharp contrast to the big stages, booming sound systems, flashing lights, and other theatrics that, quote, real events have. The first speaker was ready to go. He had a man bun and loose yoga-ish clothing. He looked like a hippie. But then he opened with how he was doing only $3 million per month. Is this real? I felt like a fraud. The numbers he shared with such a casual attitude blew my mind. How is this possible? He continued on with his talk using all sorts of business, advertising, and tech jargon. He pointed to dizzying charts and graphs. I came here to learn more about advertising, but felt dumber by the second. I recognized enough of the words to realize I knew nothing useful about them. His presentation was way over my head. I started sweating bullets. Layla grabbed my hand. We both felt stressed and out of our depths. He finished and finally opened up for Q&A. Excellent. But the questions were still at the same level as his presentation. Nope, I'm still doomed. Then an awkward voice cracked. So, what courses are you taking to learn all this stuff? Now we're talking. I leaned in, pen in hand. His answer changed my life. At this point, I don't expect to learn anything new from courses. I have to learn by doing. And I do by spending a percentage of my revenue to test new campaigns, new channels, new pages, or just plain crazy ideas. And I learn something every time I test, so the money is well spent. Whenever one of these tests is a winner, and some are, it's a big deal. I learn something amazing and make far more money than I spent. It raises the bar for my business and, more importantly, myself. So whether it's 1%, 5%, or 10%, set some percentage of your advertising budget aside to try new things without expecting a return. Consider it an investment in your education. I felt chills go through me like some judgment demon left my body. He gave me permission to fail. None of this is magic. If he can do this, so can I. The next week, I tripled my advertising budget. Yes, it was a bit aggressive, but my mindset had completely changed. I'd either make more or get better. Our business went from $400,000 in June to $780,000 in July. From there, my cost to get customers went up too high, so I tried new audiences. Most failed. Then, a hit. Boom, we cruised past $1 million to $1.2 million to $1.5 million per month. Then I realized we didn't follow up with our engaged leads at all. We tested email, didn't work. We tested phone calls, nothing. Then I tested text blacks. Wham! We zoomed to 1.8 million the next month. From there, we tested paid ads like crazy. We made way more of them and put more focus on their production value. Boom! We cruised past 2.5 million per month. Then we launched our affiliate program and stacked another 1.5 million per month on top. That took us past 4 million per month. Years later, our portfolio now does more than 16 million per month. So test until you find something that works, take massive action, stay focused, double down on it until it breaks. Then test until you find the next thing that works, and double down on that. Taking these leaps are the only way to unlock the business you want and the life that comes with it. And maybe slay your judgment demon too. So from now on, you either win or you learn. The end of the beginning. Your speed to making big money depends on how fast you learn the skills to making big money. Getting more engaged leads with the skill of advertising is a great start to making more money. In fact, if you make any amount of money, more engaged leads will make you even more. And sadly, those skills take time to learn. So I share my experiences to shave years off your time, to shorten the gap between no money and mo money. It's time to make it happen. Outline of the Get Started section. This final section has 3 chapters. They are short and sweet like our time together. In the first chapter, Advertising in Real Life, I lay out my one big advertising role. Then I'll give you my personal one-page advertising plan you can use to get more engaged leads today. In the next chapter, putting it all together, I'll lay out the roadmap to scale from your first few leads all the way to your $100 million leads machine. Finally, a decade in a page, I'll distill everything we learned into bullets to show how far we've come in our time together. Then, to send you on your way, I'll share a parable that has gotten me through even my hardest times.
I don't want to end, guys.
Advertising in real life. Open to goal. If some is good, more is better. June 2014. When I launched my first gym, I used the same paid ads I used at Sam's gym from way back, and they worked for a while. Over time, the cost started creeping up. I got less leads for the same money, but I still needed more customers. I wasn't sure what to do. I talked to a mentor who ran a chain of tanning salons for some advice. He said, "Before all this fancy internet stuff, flyers crush for us. You should try those." So, try them we did. We printed over 300. Over the next day, we put them on cars in areas close to the gym. A day passed. Nothing. The next day, the phone rang. Finally. "Hey, you put a flyer in my car." My heart raced. It worked. "Yes, yeah, I did. How can I? But before I could finish, he interrupted right back. Yeah, you scratched my Mercedes. Crap. You're gonna need to pay for. I panicked and hung up the phone. He called back. I let it ring. He never called again. That was the only call I got from the Flyers. No leads, nothing. Universe 1, Alex 0. A few weeks later, I sat in the lobby of my gym waiting for customers to fall into my lap. Feeling bored and a bit frustrated, I called the mentor with the quote bright idea to put out the Flyers. Hey Alex, how's it going? Not too good. Why, what's up? We put out the Flyers like you said. Oh yeah? How many leads you get from them? None. That's odd. What was your test size? What do you mean? You know, how many did you put out? I put out 300. I said in a resentful tone. Shoot, you only put out 300? Hard to know if anything works with such a small number. I test with 5,000. Then when we find a winner, we put out 5,000 per day, every day for a month. 5,000? He tests with almost 17 times more than my entire, quote, campaign, and he does it in a single day? I felt like the person who says exercise doesn't work after going to the gym one time, and I hate that person. I mean, what kind of response did you think you were going to get? He chuckled. If we get 0.5%, that's decent. If we get 1%, that's a winner. With 300 Flyers, 0.5% would be like 1.5 people. That makes it pretty hard to know if you got a winner or not. I had nothing to say. He was right. I felt like a fool. I doubt he remembers the call, but it stuck with me. I promised myself I would never let effort be the reason anything didn't work for me. It could be something else. The offer, the copy, the image, the targeting, the media, the platform, the position of the moon, but not my effort. Those 300 measly Flyers taught me a mondo lesson. I did the right stuff, but I didn't do it enough times. I lacked what can be described in a single word: volume. Neil Strauss once said, success comes down to doing the obvious thing for an uncommonly long period of time without convincing yourself you're smarter than you are. The right action in the wrong amount still fails. Most people, myself included, stop too soon. We don't do enough. Most people dramatically underestimate the volume it takes to make advertising work. They're not doing half as much or a third as much as is required. In fact, they're doing dramatically less. I was doing 1/1500th the level of effort required to make a flyer campaign work. I just didn't know it. I hear this all the time. Alex, I reached out to 100 people over the last 6 weeks. I only got one customer. It doesn't work. My response: you did 1/42nd the amount of work required. It was 100 per day, not 100 over time. Most people do not get that advertising is an inputs and outputs game. To them, outputs appear out of their control. Their low effort inputs get them their low and unreliable output of engaged leads. We're ending that now. You input advertising effort. Your output is engaged leads, period. Now we are crystal clear on the stuff you do, the core 4, and like we learned, maximizing the core 4, you just got to put in more and do it better than before. We started with the rule of 100, but when you make that the norm, you're ready to take it to the next level with the rule of 100 on steroids, open to goal. A very successful gym chain allowed their sales managers to make their own schedules, but there was a catch. They had to sign up 5 new members per day no matter what. So if they did it by lunch, they could cut out early, but if it took 18 hours, so be it. They called this type of work schedule open to goal. I found that elite entrepreneurs and salespeople across industries do some variation of open to goal. This is because it's like the rule of 100, but for the big kids. You don't just commit to doing something a specific number of times, you commit to the work until you hit a specific number of outcomes, no matter what. So it means you unlock a whole new level of effort you never even realized you had. It might mean only doing something 50 times to get the desired result. Or, like the Flyers, 5,000 times every day for years. If you want to take your advertising to the next level, work until the job is done. Give up the idea of, quote, doing your best. Instead, do what is required. Sometimes that means your best just needs to get better. How I make open to goal work for myself. If I had to pick 3 habits that best served me in my life, they would be, number 1, waking up early, 4 to 5 a.m. Pro tip, this actually means going to bed early. 2, getting right to work. No rituals, no routines, I drink coffee and get to work. 3, no meetings until noon. No interruptions, nothing, fully focused work time. To be clear, I don't think there's any magic about waking up early, but I do think there's magic in a long stretch of uninterrupted work immediately after a long stretch of uninterrupted sleep. After all, it's the most productive hours in a row of the most productive work I can do, with nothing getting in my way, every single day. How can you lose? And since I have a good idea of what I can do in a day, I set my daily goal accordingly. Then, only after my dedicated block of work, do I put out fires, talk to humans, and deal with other day-to-day stuff. Waking up early, getting right to work, and working 8 hours straight has been my highest ROI, quote, habit stack by a long shot. If you choose to try it, I hope it serves you as well as it served me, or better. And for those of you thinking, wait, that's more than 12 hours of work a day. You're right, I'm playing to win. But if it overwhelms you at first, I get it. Just throttle it back a few hours, and work your way up. Some days it's tough, but I always like to remind myself, do more than they do, and you will have more than they had. Whenever I get to a low point where I think, why do I even bother? I just try to remind myself, this is where most people stop, and this is why they don't win. Since my job is usually to get more customers in most of my companies, advertising is what I focus on. This book, for example, was written exclusively in that open to goal time block. Why? Because it's an asset that can bring me more companies. So, if you're going to follow my high ROI habit stack, then you're going to want a clear action plan for that time. This is the simplest advertising plan I can give you. 1-page advertising checklist. Step 1, pick the type of engaged leads to get. Customers, affiliates, employees, or agencies. Step 2, pick rule of 100 or open to goal. Commit to your daily advertising actions. Step 3, fill out the advertising checklist for that daily action. Who? You. What? Your offer or lead magnet. Where? The platform. To whom? Your audience or list. When? Your first 8 hours every day. Why? Get X engaged leads or lead getters. How? Warm or cold outreach, content, or ads. How much? 100 or until you hit your goal. How many? The number of follow-ups and times retargeted. For how long? 100 days or until you hit your goal. Step 4, do this daily action until you have enough money to afford paying someone else to do it. Step 5, when you do, go back to step 1. Make employees your new target lead type, and then repeat steps 1 through 4 until you have the help you need. Then scale again. Conclusion. Lots of pages, so many ideas, we're almost at the end, but you don't have any more leads. What gives? Answer. Reading doesn't get people interested in the stuff you sell. Advertising does. If you're not telling one about the stuff you sell, then you aren't getting anyone interested in your stuff. Period. This chapter laid out the plan to advertise in the simplest way I could. Work open to goal, structure your day to make open to goal possible, create and commit to that goal with the 1-page advertising checklist. Many skip planning, or worse, they write a 100-page plan that never gets used. So skip the atrocious waste of time that is writing pages of baloney. Harness the power of laying out your action steps in a single page. It leaves little room for excuses, distractions, or delusions. You either did the stuff or you didn't. You can fill out your 1-page advertising checklist in about 5 minutes. And once the naked truth stares back at you, all you have left is to do it. I have a free training that'll help you support the open to goal and rule of 100 checklist so you can print it out and fill it out for yourself and execute it on a daily basis. If you want that, go to acquisition.com/training/lead.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying the book chapter that you're listening to right now of $100 million leads. I took a long time putting it together for you. And so my only ask is that you just take a quick second and leave a review for the book on Amazon. It's the #1 way that people find books. Acquisition.com is to make real business education accessible to everyone, and I need your help. And so if you could do that, just that one small action, as a trade for the 2 years that I took putting this book together for you, it would mean the world to me. So thank you.
The roadmap, putting it all together. 0 to 100 million. A leader must aim high, see big, judge widely, thus setting himself apart from ordinary people who debate in narrow confines. Charles de Gaulle, French president during World War II. To get where you want to go, it pays to know what lies ahead. So in this chapter, I describe the phases you will go through as you scale your advertising. Acquisition.com uses this roadmap to scale our portfolio companies from a few million a year all the way to 100 million plus. These levels will help you identify where you are on the advertising totem pole so you know what to do to get to the next level. Level 1. Your friends know about the stuff you sell. To start getting engaged leads, you make one offer to one avatar on one platform. The moment you get engaged leads is the moment you can start making money. For me, this started when I started reaching out to everyone I knew. Primary action, warm outreach. Level 2. You consistently let everyone you know about the stuff you sell. You know the exact inputs to get an engaged lead with your chosen advertising method. And by scaling those inputs, you get consistent customers with it. But the consistent customers come from maximizing your personal work capacity. For me, on top of warm reach outs, I maximize my personal work capacity with paid ads, using a case study as my lead magnet. But looking back, I wish I would have started posting free content, so I suggest that. Primary actions, do as much warm outreach and post as much content as you can, consistently. Level 3, you get employees to help you do more advertising. You've maxed out your personal advertising inputs, but not the platform. And if you want more engaged leads, that can only mean one thing, doing more. For me, I hired a videographer and a media buyer to take most of the paid ads work off my plate. Primary action, you hire people to advertise profitably on your behalf. Level 4, your product is good enough to get consistent referrals. You continue building goodwill and shoot for getting 25% or more of your customers from referrals. Now you've set yourself up to ramp your advertising again. But to make that work, you have to get more serious about hiring a team to make it happen. This is when I realized that my ads were shut off, but I was still getting referrals every week. So I doubled down on referrals. I built goodwill using customer feedback to update my product every 2 weeks. I also started a strong referral program with big incentives at the same time. Primary action. Focus on your product until you get consistent referrals, then go back to scaling your advertising with a bigger team. This is where most people mess up. They let their product slip and never recover. Level 5. You advertise in more places in more ways with more people. First, you expand to new audiences on your best platform. Then you make ads with all placements and media types the platform supports. And after your team can get consistent results, you expand your team again to add another platform, lead getter, or core 4 activity. For me, I hit 2 birds with 1 stone. I expanded my paid ads to include potential affiliates, and this paved the way for my affiliate programs. Primary action. Advertise profitably using at least 2 methods on multiple platforms. Level 6. You hire killers. So your executives grow departments specific to an advertising method or platform without you. And you're not looking for potential. You're looking for experienced leaders specializing in exactly what you want. We capped here. It took me 3 years to figure out 2 things. 1, that I needed veteran executives with experience suited to my problems. And 2, that they needed stronger incentives. But by the time I realized this, I sold those companies. Once I started acquisition.com, I realized the power of expanding the pie to get more of the right people invested in winning. This is how we crossed 100 million plus, then 200 million plus in portfolio revenue and beyond. Primary action. Get battle-hardened executives and department heads to take over new advertising activities and channels. Pro tip. Hire experience, not potential. I tried cold reach outs twice before it worked the 3rd time. The main reason, the person I hired to run it. First, I tried someone external with experience. That failed. Then I tried internally with no experience. That failed. Then finally, I tried internally with experience. That worked. Since it's a people-heavy, operationally complex machine, the person you hire to manage the team matters a lot. Pick experience. They should know more than you do. If you're not learning from them in the interview, you've got the wrong person. Level 7. I'll come back and edit this chapter once I cross 1 billion. I promise. I'll send the lessons as soon as I have them. You have my word. Last points. I know this looks clean, but it never is. Real business is messy. It takes a lot to find out what audiences, lead magnets, method, and platforms work best. And you can only find out what works if you try. So you have to try a lot of different things, a lot of different ways for a long enough time to know for sure. Nobody can ever know the absolute best thing to do. But I do know this. The more you advertise, the more people will find out about the stuff you sell. The more people who know about the stuff you sell, the more people who buy it. This is the key to the $100 million leads machine. The $100 million leads machine. Let's look into your future. Your business makes $100 million plus in annual revenue. It's great to have a clear picture of what a $100 million machine looks like. Let's have a look, shall we? First and foremost, your advertising fires on all cylinders. Your media team scales tons of free content in all media types on many platforms. You regularly make offers to your warm audience to get more customers or affiliates. Your ravenous audience makes anything you launch immediately profitable. You have teams running and scaling profitable paid ads across multiple platforms. Your cold outreach team gets you more customers. You have an affiliate manager launching and integrating all new affiliates. You have recruiters and recruiting agency bringing in more lead getters. Your product is so good that 1/3 of your customers bring you more customers. Your executive team drives all this growth without you. And you have more engaged leads than you can possibly handle. How long does this take? For business owners who don't know what to do, anywhere from 5 to 10 years. Building something great, even if you know exactly what to do, takes time. And so many like to trumpet overnight success. But looking behind the curtain tells a different story. It took my wife and I more than 10 years of our best effort to cross my first 100 million in net worth. So the bigger your goals, the longer time horizons need to be. You want to play games where if you wait, you win. Entrepreneurship isn't for the faint of heart. The load is heavy and the road is long. Free gift. Scaling from 0 to 100 million plus. Sometimes it's useful to hear a narrative of what each stage is like. If you know what comes next, you can start preparing for it today. I recorded a free tutorial where I help you identify where you're at, what comes next, so you can win faster. You can grab the tutorial free at, you guessed it, acquisition.com/training/leads. A decade in a page. We've covered a lot, and I think organizing what we learned in one place helps it sink in. So I made this back of napkin list of what we've covered and why. Number 1, how to define a lead from this point forward. Now you know what you're after. Engage leads, not just leads. 2, how to turn leads into engaged leads with an offer lead magnet, and how to make them. 3, the core 4. The only 4 ways we can let other people know about the stuff we sell. A, how to reach out to people who know us, ask them if they know anybody. B, how to post publicly, hook, retain, reward, give until they ask. C, how to reach out to strangers, lists, personalization, big fast value, volume. D, how to run paid ads to strangers, targeting, callouts, what, who, whens, CTAs, client financed acquisition. 4, maximizing the core 4, more, better, new. What keeps us from doing what I'm currently doing at 10 times the volume, then solving for that. B, finding the constraint of our advertising, then testing until it frees the constraint, then doing more until it gets constrained again. 5. The 4 lead getters: customers, employees, agencies, and affiliates. How to get customers to refer other customers, how to get employees to scale your advertising without you, how to get an agency to teach you new skills, how to get affiliates launched and integrated. 6. When advertising in the real world, the rule of 100 and open to goal. The 5-step, 1-page advertising plan to get more leads today. 7. The 7 levels of advertisers and the $100 million leads machine in action. As I promised in the beginning, the result of these bullets is more, better, cheaper, reliable, engaged leads. I hope this book provides you utility. I hope as a result of reading this, you know how to get more leads than you currently are. And I hope I unmask the mystery behind lead getting. Also, since you are one of the few who actually finish what you start, I want to leave you with a parting gift, a fable that has gotten me through my hardest times. The many-sided die. Imagine you and a friend play a dice rolling game. You are each given 1 die. One of the die has 20 sides. The other has 200. On each die, only one side is green, and the rest are red. The point of the game is simple. Roll green as many times as you can. The rules of the game are as follows. You can't see how many sides you have. You can only see if you roll red or green. If you roll green, one of your red sides turns green, and you get to roll again. If you roll red, nothing happens, and you get to roll again. The game ends when you stop rolling, and if you stop rolling, you lose. What do? You roll. When you roll red, you pick up the die and roll again. When others roll green, you pick up your die and roll again. When you roll green, you pick up the die and roll again. You keep telling yourself one thing: the more I roll, the more greens I get. At first, you roll green once in a while, but as more red sides turn green, the greens happen more. With enough rolls, hitting green becomes the rule rather than the exception. What does your friend do? He rolls a few times and hits a red each time. He sees you roll a green and complains that you must have a die with fewer sides. He reasons it's the only way you could have rolled green before him. And although you did, you also rolled many more times. So which is it? In either case, he rolls a few more times in frustration and hits a green. But then he complains about how long it took. He spent more time watching you and complaining than actually playing. Meanwhile, you've hit your green streak. It's so much easier for you, he tells himself. You get greens every time. This game is rigged. What's the point? He quits. So who got the die with 20 sides, and who got the die with 200 sides? If you get the game, then you see, once you roll enough times, the die you're given doesn't matter. The die with fewer sides might roll green sooner. The die with more sides might roll green later. But a die with a green side always has a chance of rolling green if you roll it. Every die hits its green streak when rolled enough times. All of us get a many-sided die. And looking at the other players, you have no idea if it's their 100th roll or their 100,000th roll. You don't know how good other players are when they start. You can only see how well they do now. But if you understand the game, you also know it doesn't matter. A few begin playing early, others begin much later. The rest sit on the sidelines complaining about how lucky the players are. I guess so, but they're lucky because they play. And when they hit red, which they do, they didn't quit. They rolled again. Learning to advertise is a lot like the game of the many-sided die. You do not know if it will work until you try, and when you start advertising, you will probably hit red on your first few rolls. But if you try enough times, you will hit green. And when it works, you have a better chance of getting it to work again. The more you do, the easier it gets. You begin to understand the game. No matter how many players there are, or the number of sides on the die you're given, you start to see there are only 2 guarantees. 1, the more times you roll, the better you get. 2, if you quit, you lose. So here's my final promise. You cannot lose if you do not quit. Free goodies, call to action. If it's free, it's for me. I'm going to give you a bunch of free stuff in a second, so stay tuned. Dr. Akashi, my editor, and I spent over 3,500 hours on this book. We wrote 650 plus pages and 19 drafts with varying frames, themes, and focal points. But ultimately, the changes left only the most distilled need-to-knows inside. We went through 127 pages of hand-drawn models to carve out the few that made it in the book. All that to say, I hope this work results in you growing the business of your dreams. When I look back on my life, these books will be among the things I am most proud of. I wouldn't be able to write as fervently if I didn't think people would read it. And as much as I strive to be the man who would work as hard if nobody cared, I'm not there yet. Your support and positivity make a difference for me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to do the work I find meaningful. I am forever grateful. If you are new to Rosy Nation, welcome. We believe in big ambitions and matching our ambitions with giving and patience. And I have a personal goal in that spirit of giving, to die with nothing left to give. So if you are still with me, thank you. I want to provide some more free goodies. Number 1, If you're struggling to figure out who to sell to, I released a chapter called Your First Avatar between this book and the last. Think of it like a single from a music album. You can get it for free at acquisition.com/avatar. Just pop in your email and we'll send it over. 2, if you're struggling to figure out what to sell, you can go to Amazon or wherever you buy books and search Alex Hormozi and $100 million offers. It should get you on the right path. The digital version is the cheapest the platform will let me make it and still listed as a book. 3, if you're struggling with getting people to buy, my next book will be on persuasion and sales. It may or may not be out by the time you read this. It'll either be called $100 million Sales or Persuasion. I haven't decided yet. But if you search my name, you can look for any other books that may be out by the time you read this. Number 4, if you want a job at acquisition.com or in one of our portfolio companies, we love hiring for Mosey Nation. We love doing this because we found our best returns investing in great people. Go to acquisition.com/careers/open jobs and you can see all the job openings across our companies and our portfolio. 5, if your company is over $1 million in EBITDA profit, we'd love to invest in your business to help you scale. It brings so much pleasure to know our portfolio companies have grown much bigger and much faster than mine because they avoided the mistakes I made. If you want us to take a look under the hood and see if we can help, go to acquisition.com. Sending your info is fast and easy. 6, to get the free book downloads and video trainings that come with this book, go to acquisition.com/training/leads. 7, if you like listening to podcasts and want to hear more, my podcast at the time of this writing is top 5 in entrepreneurship and top 15 in business in the US. You can get there by searching Alex Hormozi wherever you listen, or by going to acquisition.com/podcast. I share useful and interesting stories, valuable lessons, and the essential mental models I rely on every day. 8, if you like to watch videos, we put a lot of resources into our free training available for everyone. We intend on making it better than any paid stuff out there and let you decide if we succeeded. You can find our videos on YouTube or wherever you watch videos by searching Alex Hormozi. 9, and if you like short form videos, check out the bite-sized content we pump out on the daily at acquisition.com/media. You'll see all the places we post and you can pick the ones you like the most. And that rhymed. Awesome. And last, thank you again. Please be one of those givers and share this with other entrepreneurs by leaving a review. It would mean the world to me. I'm sending you business building vibes from my desk, and I spend a lot of time there, so it's a lot of vibes. May your desire be greater than your obstacles. I hope to meet you and your company soon. Until then, ad astra, which is just fancy Latin words for to the stars or thus among the stars or just super motivational stuff. Anyways, you're awesome for listening. I hope this totally served you. My name is Alex, and I hope to see you soon. This has been $100 Million Leads, written by Alex Hormozi, read by Alex Hormozi. Copyright 2023, acquisition.com, audio production, copyright 20.
That's it. Finished $100 Million Leads. My review on it. Exceptional book. Blew my expectations. I don't even know like what I could say about it other than, man, my mind was really shallow before reading this about like lead sources. And after reading it, like I finally understand that there is an abundance of work to do to get the leads because there's so many type of sources. I don't even know how in depth like affiliates could go or using agencies or like just how much leverage is provided from hiring people. Like it was all like just thoughts in my head, but he distilled it into something where like it can be understood, it's plausible, it's doable for someone to like hire a lead getter, to hire a sales manager, to hire a recruiter, to work with agencies, to set up an affiliate model that benefits the business and your business. And like he distilled it in a way that makes sense, and how much work it truly does take, and how you can't exhaust your list, and how the market is huge. Man, it's just a lot of value. This is something that I'll definitely be keeping as like a workbook on my desk. So I'll have to keep coming back to this. So yeah, we got $100 million offers, $100 million leads done, and then next one is going to be $100 million money models, all in prep for 2026. Excited to apply these principles. I'm going to build my roadmap out using a lot of these principles in this book, especially $100 million lead. As I was reading it, I was taking some notes while eating and really trying to plan my year around different thresholds, like now I understand that there's a lot more leverage, right? Hiring people, especially having lead getters, like spending the same time reaching out for customers for your business, treating lead getters as customers for business. Amazing way to think about it. And even if it's an affiliate, thinking of affiliates the same way as customers for your business, how you just need to do more volume, you need to market to them. There's a cost to acquire them, and they provide you a incredible LTV as you go up in the spectrum. Like an agency could bring you 30 clients when it costs you $5,000 to acquire. Okay, man, it's such a good book. But yeah, I'm gonna build my roadmap probably based off different thresholds. Like the first month, I need to really master my fulfillment, my sales, so then I can next month work on getting my lead getters, or salesmen, setters, and once I hit a certain amount of setters, start looking for a recruiter and start looking for a sales manager to manage all that before me, and just start building. I might do a video where I document my roadmap for 2026. So I'm really excited to do that. I'm going to build a lot of objective based goals month to month and maybe bi-weekly. And if I don't accomplish that metric goal, a desired result, then I don't move forward until I finish it. But that's how I'm thinking I'm going to set up my 2026. And obviously, of course, including like the financial goals, the amount of customers I will need estimated to receive that financial goal. But yeah, I'm excited for 2026. Yeah. Peace out.